Yo. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Welcome. Yes. Yes. All right. So, as the title says, we're gonna be doing bug fixing. Bleh. Yes. Wow. So, yes. And this will be an enjoyable time. An enjoyable time indeed, yes. I gotta figure out, so there's a couple things. I need to figure out why they freeze. Yeah, because basically what we're working on is this thing. Pathfinding system freezes. I mean, I thought I fixed it. I thought I did. But apparently not, and I'm not exactly sure what's causing it, but that's why we're here. So first thing is we gotta figure out when these like situations are happening. Like when are these freezing hog moments occurring, and that's what we're gonna figure out now. Yes. And if you're wondering, we're gonna be here for about like 1 to 2 hours. I just want to fix this bug, and then we'll be on the road. Hello, how's it going, bro? How's it going? We're back on the stream, bro. We're back on the grind set mindset, of course. And we'll be here for a little bit. After this, we're on the armor plugin and then armor sets. So that's good. That's always good. And also, I do need to fix this bug actually. Now that oh shoot, is my internet crashing? Testing. I think it's my internet. It's my internet. Dang it, bro. Bro, this internet is genuinely probably like some of the worst internet of all time. It's like clicking out. It's like lagging out. Dropped like 30% on my stream frames. Man, how's that possible, bro? Some things that like, don't even load. There we go. Reconnection successful. Hopefully we're on the stream now. Yeah, so the reason those models didn't load was because my internet is bad. So let's see what causes them to freeze, kind of bug out. So I'm gonna do some quick testing on the Astrolite sword. We're gonna spawn in a ton more guys, and then we're gonna come over here. And we're gonna spawn in a bunch of allies, basically. I'm gonna try and have some of these guys freeze. So yeah, they are freezing. Let's go ahead and... Yeah, my internet is really bad. My internet is really bad today. Darn it. I don't know, this like internet stuff is actually like very unfun, I would say. Like, dang it, is my stream still going? Hopefully it's still going. Yeah, let me spawn some more of these guys. It doesn't seem like I fixed... Oh, there we go. So this guy's bugged out. So yeah, I guess it is right before the pathfinding. They do attack and then they kind of freeze again. They freeze again like this guy. Let's see what's going on here. So yeah, like this guy, he's stuck on pathfinding. And then when they attack, they exit pathfinding and then they re-enter pathfinding and they're kind of frozen. So if I come back over here, right here I'm setting it, but I don't know if it's this one. So I'm gonna, over here, I'm gonna set it to 0 and I'm gonna set it to 0.5 here, just to see if it's either here or here. And hopefully it's this one, because I think it's this one. See, let's see when they freeze. Let's see when they freeze. Let's bring them over here. They're kind of like getting close to the edge. Is it when they start dying? Is it when my allies start dying? I wonder if it's when my allies start dying. There's currently like not really any of the guys targeting my guys. Let's see. So yeah, my guys are about to expire soon. There we go, and then they start freezing a little bit, yeah. So these guys, this guy froze, and he's on the 0.51. He's got 0 people targeting him, but he is frozen. So it's when the people they're targeting freeze. I'm making progress with my inventory system. I'm still trying, but it's still difficult, but I'm trying. Bro, yes sir. That's good, bro. No, that's awesome. Bro, inventory systems are a little bit complicated, bro, I won't lie. Like, for my first one, I had to watch like a tutorial. And then, once you kind of figure out, like, I would say maybe even inventory systems might be the best way to start. Maybe. Just because they teach you a lot about, like, UI, server stuff and everything. And, like, with that, like, you kind of learn most of, like, the most important stuff. I would say inventory systems are really good to learn. Very good to learn. You also have to learn how to handle like storing items, which is kind of a hard part as well. And like if you're using like a slot system, you have to figure out how to handle like movement of like items in slots and stuff. Plugins help a lot, but the good ones are paid. Yeah. Bro, it's kind of just like that though, yeah. I would say, yeah. And the YouTube ones are very confusing or outdated tutorials. Yeah, bro. Maybe I should do like a simple inventory system tutorial. That would be kind of fun, maybe. Yeah, that might be interesting. I'm sure if I did, it might get like a few views as well. Cause yeah, usually tutorials get a lot of views. Like I made like a tutorial on like on a super old channel. Like it was like one of the worst videos I've ever made in my life because I was like 10 years old or something. And that thing got like 2,000 views. Like so like you don't even have to like know what you're saying. Like if you just put the name tutorial in like a video, it just gets more views. It's kind of funny that way. Transparency 0. How do you make your own plugins? Actually, you know what? So in my Discord actually as well, I have a little thing that you can download, and it's basically the abilities plugin that I'm using actually right now. So if you'd like, you can always come into the Discord, go ahead and like download that and kind of check it out. But basically, how you make a plugin is it takes one script. It takes one script, and that script kind of connects everything together, and you basically export the script as a plugin. And basically how that works is the plugin, I don't know exactly how to explain it, but the script runs everything, and you can kind of store things in the script as well, so you can use it as a resource for the plugin. So like if you want to use like a external functions like a module scripts and stuff, you could like store those inside, and you can reuse those for like other plugins that you want to make. So like for me, I can here while I'm working on this, I can also open up a different project as well. I'll show you kind of the plugin And then because I'm also gonna have to do the whole armor set plugin as well. So I can kind of go over all that stuff as well, kind of making a whole plugin from scratch. Not really scratch though, because I do have like a whole baseline that I follow when I'm making plugins now. But like yeah, I can show you here. So like my item generator plugin, which is this. My item generator plugin. This is the item generator plugin, and basically like I can like select like items and I can like rename them, generate. If I click create, it's gonna make an item for me. But yeah, so like something like that this is the whole entire plugin. Item generator. It's a script, and inside of it, it has these extra things that I can use for like resources. This is the actual UI of the whole entire plugin. So it's like a bunch of these random buttons and stuff. And this is like a module script that I use for my personal game, but it's important for me to have in the plugin as well, just so I can kind of figure out what functions I can call and everything. And so the plugin itself, I didn't make it super well because this was the first plugin I've ever made. So it's a 1,200 lines. I could cut it down to like maybe like 300, 500 nowadays, because a lot of this stuff is like the same thing over and over. But yeah, I just had to get down like the baseline first. And so like for future plugins, like let's say the weapon plugin, if I come over to the weapon plugin, this one you can see is way shorter. It's only 500 lines basically. And I would say this one might be even more complex than the item generator plugin. But because I have that baseline and I have this like module script that I made for myself that has like these built-in functions I can call anytime, these 600 lines I never have to repeat basically. Template plugin, yeah, exactly. And that template plugin is this one, I believe. I did a little bit of filtering through and fixing some of the bugs and stuff, just that it should be a little bit better, but it should just be the simple 170 line plugin. And basically what that plugin is it's this one. And the thing is, the plugin will only work for me because it works for my systems, but you can kind of read through and kind of figure out what it does. So this is the whole plugin. So you click on this, it pops up these 4 buttons, and basically you can click on add ability or remove ability, and basically all it does is I can come up into this script as well. So you can see the add ability. So you saw the add ability 1 button. That would connect to this function where like basically all it's doing is adding stuff into like the folders and everything. Your camera, oh, is it glitching out? I don't know, yeah. My PC's been glitching out occasionally. But yeah, so that's like the whole thing. And yeah, so you can take a look into that as well. You can kind of see like the different functions that I use. But yeah, other than that, it's more or less just the same stuff. I just copy and paste basically everything that I kind of need. And yeah, there we have it. So yeah, that's the whole plugin system. It's covering. Oh shoot, is it? Oh, my bad. Here, let me. there we go. Oh no, it's covering this. Okay, so these buttons. So these are my different plugin buttons. So they kind of just like open up little plugins. And yeah, there's not really much to that. Maybe I should move this. I wonder if it's better to put my camera here. Is this better? Maybe this is better. This might be better. But yeah, there's just like little buttons that kind of pick up your plugins and everything. And so yeah, I throw them into this personal tab for custom plugins. That way I don't mix them up with the, other stuff. I see. Yes sir, bro. Yes sir. But yeah, I'll come back to this one later when I'm working on the armor plugin. Alright, yeah, I think I'll keep my camera down here then. Here we go. It's time to lock in. It's time to. So what's the problem? What is the problem? I wonder what could be the potential problem. I'm gonna go ahead and comment this out. Or no, I don't think I can. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna... Oh, I remember last time it was lagging out right here, I believe. It's like right here. It kind of glitch out. And I'm assuming it's the same thing. It's gonna be like right around here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move this statement over here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna start recoloring for like different situations. So like humanoid dot... Oh, I already got the humanoid. Okay, so I can just do dot root part. I'm gonna do like a humanoid dot root part dot color 3. Color equals... And what color is this? RG. This is green. So yeah, I'll color it to green right here. And then right over here, I'm gonna set the root dot color equals white. Is that average? I think white is normal though. Yeah. Okay, and then I think that's everything. I think that should be everything. So yeah, when it gets to here, it's gonna recolor to green. What else do I want to test? Because what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to figure out where it's lagging out when the mob is freezing. So maybe I'll throw another one down here for recoloring it to... Well, I guess there's nothing that would freeze it here. And it would probably be here then. So I'm gonna actually throw one here as well, and this one is gonna be red. And so let's go ahead and test this and see kind of what color the box becomes, and if we can figure out like what's the main problem, we can kind of hone in, hopefully squish the little bug. And so yeah, we're just gonna have to keep testing. So we can see right now they're turning red. That's just average movement system. So they're not lagging out at the moment. Nobody's lagging out yet. Nothing. So is it when they turn red? Is that when they lag out? I'm assuming it's when they lag out. It seems like it is. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna test it with the combat. And what I might actually even be able to do is so you can see some of these guys are turning green when they freeze, but that's because it's like when they're attacking, I believe. Okay, actually, this is a good thing to test though. So also, you can see some of them are frozen now. Yeah. So some of them are frozen now. These are the ones that were targeting those guys, I'm pretty sure. And they're stuck on red. So within the red, the function before red, so that would be right here. Move with tolerance. Somewhere inside of here, it's lagging out. And so this was the same bug. Dang it. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna see how far target is. I wonder if it's because they don't have a target. Is it because they don't have a target, and if they... Well, they have a target position, but where is move with tolerance dot... Waypoint dot position? So they should have the waypoint dot position though, because waypoint dot position is just the position. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be doing a test where I print out the distance. Oh, perfect! I can just print this. So this is the distance between the root position and the target. So yeah, right inside of here, I'm just gonna do a let's see. But it's gonna spam my console. But what I can do is I can kill the ones that aren't lagging out. That way I can only view the prints from the ones that are lagging out. And that should fix that. So I can kind of see how far is the distance. And tolerance is, I thought it was like 0. It's 3. So they should be, if it's within 3, it should be straight up exiting the function. And we should be chilling, but it doesn't seem to be doing that. So something with this, maybe this is the move to finish, 0.2. Because I wonder if the weight 0.2 is even doing anything. I wonder if it's doing what I want it to do, actually, is what I'm wondering. So let's do the same test. I'm gonna spawn in some more of these dudes. Same thing, same difference. We're basically gonna come over here. We're gonna have these hogs kind of fight these guys. And we'll try and set up some of them to lag out right now. We're not getting any print statements though. No print statements. So yeah, it is when they die. It is when they die 100%. Because you can see that guy is frozen and he just finished killing one of my allies. So for some reason when they freeze, and I think this is like kind of, yeah, this is just like chase astrolite troop. It's probably, yeah, because the player is dead. The player is not existing, so they don't have anything. It's something with that. But yeah, it's when the target dies. I'm wondering why this is occurring, because I wonder if I'm setting a live value to false. Let me check the astrolite troop state machine and make sure everything is expected. I'm setting it to false right here. Death equals false. What I'm wondering is if I'm actually setting it to death event fire. Task.wait, args.lifetime. I think it might be this. I don't think I'm ever setting the death value to false. Or a live value to false. I don't. Maybe that's the case. So death event connect. Where's death event being fired? If entity does not exist, then fire death event. If the entity to follow does not exist, then destroy self as well. Death event fire. Where's all the particle stuff though is what I'm wondering. I wonder if I think I'm probably doing that on the animation side. Connect to death event probably somewhere around here. Maybe not. Alright, so yeah, I guess it would be here then. Or no, maybe it's in the hitbox. It's in the emitter script. Yeah, so we're connecting to the death event here. And I think this death function, it also probably kills, yeah, it destroys itself. But the thing is, it shouldn't exist. The entity that it's targeting shouldn't exist at that point. So inside the hog state machine, even if I'm not setting it to false, which I'm pretty sure I am setting it to false though, it shouldn't exist. It shouldn't exist. So follow target, return to idle. Where am I setting target again? So inside of here, model target range. Add state wander, follow target. And yeah, I mean this is expected stuff, so but it is freezing on targeting, so it means, let me see what target is. So let me print target.name. Print target name dot target dot name. So we're just going to be printing the name of the current target, and it should never be printing Astrolite Troop. If it is, that's probably the reason. And if it is, it also means that something isn't working, because entity exists in range, I believe, checks if the entity exists in the first place. And so it should be returning false. So yeah, let's go ahead and test this. We should never be seeing a print for Astrolite Troop once I kill them. Once they all die. But we'll see. So I'm going to spawn in a bunch of Astrolite Troops here real quick. Let's go ahead and come over here and have these guys kind of fight. So you can see at the moment everything is C4 Simon Slayer, but right now suddenly we got a few Astrolite Troops in here. And let's go ahead and let our guys die basically. So what I could also do is I can unequip this weapon. Oh, actually, or we can just let them die. We can just let them die. Let's see if we can get some of them to freeze. We never got any of them to freeze that time. So let me try and get some of them to freeze again. And hopefully we can get some of these guys to freeze. Okay, some of these are frozen. Some of these are frozen. I don't know if they're the correct version of frozen though. Let me see if they're... Let me see which ones are frozen. I feel like it didn't really work. Okay, so these guys are frozen. These guys are frozen. What are these numbers? Pathfind function. Okay, yeah. That's about expected. So let's go ahead and kill everything, and let's go ahead and clear and see what's being printed. Target name C4 something. So we are targeting myself. So that means the entity that it's targeting isn't an error, but it's just not following at all. Let me see what their hierarchy is looking like in their entity. Let's see if there's something wrong with like how they're formed. Is it like a positioning problem? Let me go into the... I'm gonna go ahead and come into the server, and I'm gonna kind of like manipulate this dude a little bit, just kind of move him up a little, see if it's like a problem with like he's inside the ground or something. So you can see like he's trying to attack me, but he isn't targeting me though, because he's not turning red. He's not turning red, so this guy is actually not targeting me, which is kind of interesting. So let's go ahead and leave the area, and then I'm gonna completely leave the area and see if he untargets me. So this guy is still targeting me, even though I feel like this is pretty far. He's still targeting me actually, that's kind of weird. I don't think he should be able to target me from that far. And this guy's just stuck. This guy, what state is he in? I wonder what state he's in. So let me go ahead and kill this guy. So I'm gonna delete him. I'm gonna clear. And so this guy is the one that's kind of on the target name C4 Zombie Slayer. What? So he is printing this. And entity is ground, then attack target. I'm gonna enable. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna enable testing mode on this guy, and I'm gonna try and get one of those guys to glitch out, and I'm gonna figure out what states that it's transferring through. Because I don't think it is a pathfinding problem actually. Now that I think about it, because yeah, the pathfinding system is only, I wouldn't say it's like perfect, but it's like tried and true. I don't know if I might be looking in the wrong area at the moment, so I'm gonna keep bug testing kind of whatever states they're in. So yeah, we're gonna be spamming the the console, but it's kind of what I have to do because I'm gonna kill a lot of them, so they're gonna stop printing into the console in a bit. But it will lag because of that, because usually I'm pretty sure print statements do take a little bit of computation. And so yeah, these guys are glitching out to white, and that's expected because they're in testing mode. And in testing mode, there's like a slight delay between each state change, just so that there's no glitches out. And so let's keep having these guys dying and everything. And I'm gonna do escape R enter, and hopefully I can have all my allies die. And so you can see all those guys are frozen. So with that, I can start testing. So I'm gonna kill all these guys. I'm gonna clear the console as well. And let's see, I'm gonna keep some of these guys actually. I wonder why these guys are frozen. They're in the green state. Attempting to index no transparency. That's expected. Okay. And we have one survivor, I guess. We can just drop this guy. So what are we getting printed as? So what state is this guy in? Switching to idle. What in the world is going on? Executing Wander. Which one is that? Is it this guy? Why is this guy frozen? So executing target follow. Target name. Follow target. So wait. Does follow target go into itself? Does follow target go into itself? Follow target. Because it seems to never be switching. It's actually just staying on follow target. So it's on follow target. Where does it switch back to follow target? Probably at the very end. Yeah, so it means that it's not passing any of these functions. Oh, you know what? So at the very end, because it does switch, it keeps going back into... Let me check if this is checking if the entity... And am I passing the arguments in the correct order? Let me check that as well. So passing model, target, chase, params. Model, target, model, chase, params. Or range, I mean. Chase range, yeah. Model. If not the entity exists, the target, then return false. So it is checking if the entity exists. But it's checking on me, so because I do exist. And it's checking the chase range. What is the chase range? 100. I feel like I exited that range though at some point. But it didn't switch to idle for some reason. And I am checking if the entity exists. Because if the target doesn't exist, then it's going to switch to idle. So, and I did exist, so this is expected. But it stays in the chase state. And this, I guess, returned true somehow? This must have returned true. So if it gets through all this, so it's apparently, I guess it's getting through all the waypoints. Is there any waypoints though is the real question. Is there any waypoints? And I'll do a if number of waypoints is smaller than or equal to 0, then return false end. And this is just to check to make sure there was actual waypoints generated. Otherwise, that could be a pretty big issue. And let's see what happens now. Wouldn't it be better to put something that only comes to you if it's in range instead of you existing? Exactly. And so I am doing that. But it doesn't seem to be working. That's the problem. So the thing is, this line, where was it? The line that I'm checking if it exists instead of the range. That's a prerequisite check that I'm making to make sure that the target even exists in the first place, and then I'm checking kind of the range and how far it is and everything, and then from there, if it doesn't fit those criteria, then we kind of just have it stop chasing me, basically. But yeah, I am making sure to check that. But bro, that's a good thing to keep in mind though, for sure, bro. Good thing to keep in mind. So yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing though. So I'm gonna kind of bring these guys over. I'm gonna have these guys target these guys, and then I'm gonna do escape or enter, and then I'm gonna die, and then these guys should glitch out. I believe some of these guys glitched out. So you can see some of them are already frozen and everything. And so I can kill the ones that aren't frozen and kind of figure out what's going on with the error. And so yeah, like, wow. They all completely glitched out. Let's see what's being printed right now. Okay, so they just completely freeze. I don't... This is so strange. And they are targeting me though. Are they all targeting me though? I think they are. Let me go ahead and kill this guy. Are they even running? Maybe they're all just glitched out. I kind of wasn't really watching. If messages are strange because I don't speak English and I use Google Translate, no worries, bro. No worries, bro. Bro, that's big W, bro. Google Translate is the GOAT, bro. That's awesome. That's awesome. But yeah, no worries, bro. No worries. Let's see. So I can't have this guy move. So I wonder if he's just completely frozen. Maybe his AI just bugged out. Maybe because I did get a couple errors. I wonder if those errors were because of that. Oh man. What was the error that I got into? Is it because the some like argument is like, but the thing is sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. I wonder what's going on with that. So I'm gonna have these guys chase me. I'm gonna die and then see what happens. Head is not a valid member, but those are errors for other things, I think. Yeah. Yeah, these are on the animate module. Find first child head. Alright, and then that should work for that. And yeah, that's a completely different issue though. But that should fix that bug. Alright, so we're gonna do the same thing, kind of have these guys attack me, and then I'm gonna die, and then, okay, so they all glitched out, Are they all frozen though? So they're not frozen, but these two are. So whatever happened to these guys, I'm gonna have to figure out. So I'm gonna go ahead and kill all these guys. Whoops, I accidentally summoned some allies. I didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna die again. Alright, and so let's see kind of what's going on with these guys. So I'm gonna clear the console. Executing follow target. And this guy's kind of glitching out now. So they're both glitching out. So they're both trying to follow me right now. Because I am in the range to follow. Let's see what happens. So I'm over here, I'm over here. He's trying to follow me. And what, so they're going into, what is that? What stage is that? Target name. Executing follow target, so they're still trying to follow me. And now he's in idle, he's in wander. But he's not moving though, he's still not moving. Unable to move. Yeah, he's trying to move around right now. Okay, so whatever's going on, he's unable to move around. He's unable to move around. I wonder why he's unable to move around. Everything on him exists, I believe. Let me go to the server and kind of look at him a little bit. So let's check him out. So he has his root, his hitbox, emitter, torso, right tusk, left tusk, and everything, yeah, is connected and everything. So it's not a problem with that. Let's see. Let me try setting his let's see. I'm gonna set his root part to, is there a way to like drag this in to like get a reference now? So workspace dot entity dot, what's his name? Hog dot humanoid root part, set network ownership to nil. Whoops. Can I run this? I'm gonna go ahead and run this. Let's see if he can move around now. No, he's still unable to move around. What if I set it to C4 Zombie Slayer? Game.players.c4 Zombie Slayer. Let me try running this. Will he be able to move around now? No, he's still unable to move around. Let's have him try and, I'm gonna have him try and move somewhere. So dot move to, or what is it? Dot humanoid dot move to, and I'll do vector or workspace dot, I'm gonna have to get a reference. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a couple of lines. So works local hog equals workspace dot entity dot hog. And this is a model. So now that we got that, we can just come over here and just do hog.humanoid move to, and we're gonna do hog.position plus vector3.new. We're gonna do 0, 0, 5, I guess, and then let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Position is not a valid member of hog. Oh, that's right. Okay, so dot position hog dot root part dot hog dot humanoid root part dot position. So nothing's working. He's not able to move around at all. That's so strange. I'm gonna look this up. Humanoid unable to move Roblox. Let me check if it's anchored. I don't think it's anchored. Anchored. Yeah, it's not anchored. Can't collide. That's true. Well, it's true for some parts, but maybe it doesn't need to be true. I wonder if that's gonna fix anything. Can't query, can't touch. I'm just gonna turn everything off. I'm gonna turn off cast shadow, I guess. I mean, I don't know if that's not gonna change anything. I can leave that on. Solution. After further testing the second one, I used. It worked on. Okay, so let me try and move this guy around again. So same thing, he's still not moving around. I'm gonna try and run this again. Seems like he's not moving at all. I forgot to set the primary part. Does this guy have a primary part? He does. Root part. So I mean, let me try move. What is move? What's the difference? Run. Is this even running anything? I can't tell if this does what I think it's doing. Test. So it is, okay. That is so weird. But yeah, something's causing this guy to not be able to move. I'm back, how's it going? So yeah, there's a problem, and it's with his movement. Basically, he's getting stuck is the problem. And I'm not exactly sure what's causing it, but now I know kind of what the issue kind of looks like. But yeah, at the same time, yeah, I'm not exactly sure why this is happening. I'm not exactly sure why this is happening. Either way though, I feel like I should be able to fix this though. It seems like a small problem, something that I'm doing. I would hope. Let me do a little bit more research though, so because there could be something. But it is when it's in the movement stage on the hog. And it's when it's chasing, because it wasn't when it in its red phase. But actually, there was one time when it was in its green phase and it was lagging out. So at this point, like, I'm not exactly sure what's going on. Not exactly sure. But this was the green one. And it was lagging out. Which is weird that it was lagging out on the green one. Very weird. Is there any wait statements? No. Raycasts. And then debug, print. Move with tolerance. I have no idea. I'm gonna throw this into ChatGPT and try and see if there's any problems. There a reason for my entity to freeze? It kills an entity and then freezes right after on its chase phase of follow target. So I'm just gonna print this and I'm gonna add this and see if the AI can help me out. I'm not exactly sure what's going on here. A blocking weight inside of your pathing loop, right after a target dies. Move to finished weight 0.2. Let's see. Why this weight yields... This is the animate module. Weight 0. So maybe it's this then. Target is destroyed. Your path is still mid-execution. But target is like a waypoint. This is a waypoint. What is the exit clause? What is the exit clause? Let's double check the exit clause. It's in the chase phase. So it'd be exit clause here. Return false, I guess. I don't know. I mean, either way, this should work anyways, but I'm just gonna put this because it might help a little bit. Help a little with reading. You know what? Because the target. This isn't checking if the target exists. Wait, what the heck? I'm thinking about that. I thought this was checking if the target exists. Wait, if not, and if not, entity function dot entity exists target, then return false. Is it this? It might be this. It would make sense if it was this. Oh shoot, I didn't even think about that. So maybe it is just getting stuck in the pathfinding. Maybe it's getting stuck in the pathfinding. That would make sense. Ooh. No. Alright, so maybe it's not that. But it would be good to have this though. I think it'd be good to have this. Doesn't this also check if the... Let's see. Am I dropping frames again? My stream is going so laggy. It says I have like 1 megabyte per second or something. I don't know. What the? Yeah, my stream is cooked, bro. My stream is cooked. chase. So I'm assuming the reason they can't move is because their movement is getting spammed. I feel like it'd be getting spammed. That's the reason why it can't move. And so I gotta figure out why it's getting spammed. I'm assuming that's the reason. Otherwise, I'm not exactly sure. I will change this to move. So it's getting stuck in chase. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set another color changer script. So inside of pathfinding, I'm setting it to red right here. I'm gonna set it to blue right up here. And then right after, I'm gonna set it to the other color, pink. And let's see what this looks like. Let's see what this looks like. So they're frozen, and they're frozen on blue. So it is the blue phase when they get frozen. But then he's not in any. Why are they stuck on frozen on blue? And why is this guy not frozen on blue? Switching to idle. This is so strange. This is so strange. Yeah, they're just trying to follow me right now. And let's say they get close enough to attack me, then they attack me. And then they go into blue state, and then they freeze. They just are unable to move. They're just unable to move at all. Completely unable to move. I don't know if I like this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually remove this, and I'm gonna get the original way of movement back. Wait, hang on. Oh wait. I'm gonna bring this down here. So we're having it move to this position. And I'll do a weight 0.5, I guess. I don't know. I don't even think this has an argument, so I don't think this argument even does anything now that I think about it. I'm pretty sure I saw somewhere that this argument does nothing. Maybe it's like a myth. I'm gonna remove it though, because I don't think it does anything. I remember reading that it does nothing a long time ago. We'll see though, we'll see. So I got all these guys on me. I'm gonna die, and then let's see which ones get frozen. So this one got frozen, so that's good. We got one frozen. And he's unable to move at all. He's unable to move at all. Let's see, because this should be about like... Yeah, this is further than 100, but he's unable to move at all still. He's in idle state. He wanders, but he's not able to wander. So he's trying to move right now, but he's not able to move. Let's see what his unable to move. So what? And last time he was freezing right here. Or no, it was right here. Move to finish. So it's in the move to finish. Move to finish not working. What does move to finish do? What does move to finish do? Fires when the move to command ends. When movement stops, not when it succeeds. Calling move to again cancels the previous one. This cancels. This first move to is cancelled. Humanoid move to finish not working. What is the problem here? What is the problem here? Man, I don't know. So the humanoid is moving to the waypoint of the path found. And then once it hits the waypoint, it should end its move to finish. I really don't want to make like a custom like movement system, but like I don't know, it's kind of looking like I might have to because this is pretty bad. What could I be doing wrong? What could I be doing wrong here? Still nothing from the AI. Nothing from the AI is saying kind of what's going wrong. Let me double check the AI, see if there's one thing I'm missing. Wait can freeze your code. Move to finished. Connect function reached. Move to finished wait is still waiting. NPC looks frozen, but it's waiting for the event. But the thing is, it exits and then it recalls like other move to, I believe. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a print on movement, maybe. So on chase, I guess. Cast complete. Cast to entity complete. Oh yeah, that's normal, that's normal. Okay. Target chase. So it's this. And it's inside of here. We are doing the default stuff. We're kind of just setting the network owner to nil. And like this stuff should usually fine. It's fine. It works fine on everything. Cast to complete. Or cast complete. This just checks if there was a straight path to the player, which technically there should be. Just be straight up going into here. Let me do a print here. So I'm gonna do print. Moving to complete cast, moving straight, because it should just straight go into here. Because in those situations, there's nothing in between the entity and itself. Let's see. Hopefully we can get some of these guys to lag out. Any of them lag out? This one lagged out. Okay, perfect. Nice. Alright, so let's go ahead and clear. Let's clear and then executing target. Complete cast, moving straight. So it's trying to move towards me right now. What about when it turns red? Okay, it's not turning red, but it's not also moving. Follow target name, moving straight. So I think it... Is it because I don't have a move to finished? I have a tasked out wait though. Can you overlap move to runs? Or actually that's important to ask. Can you overlap move to calls to keep the entity moving towards a direction? Yes. Only one move to is active at the same time. Calling it again cancels the previous one, so yeah. What I'm wondering is, what if I set this delay to longer? I'll set it to like 0.5. That time it didn't turn red though. Will this be your first mob? Yeah. So this is like the test mob basically that I set up. And yeah. Hang on. But yeah, this is basically the first mob. And yeah, I'm just trying to get it to work, because if this one doesn't work, then it means like all future mobs are also gonna not work. So it's pretty important for me to fix this. But yeah, at the moment it seems kind of strange that it's... But yeah, let's get these guys to freeze up, and we weren't able to get any of them frozen this time, so I'm gonna spawn a few more. But yeah, I have a bunch of planes on different entities, and it's gonna be fun to make them, but I just gotta iron out these base bugs first, so that future entities won't be glitched out as well. Alright, hopefully we got some of them to freeze. Okay, so some of these guys are frozen in here. Oh, I got two in like the same spot though. I wonder if I can somehow hit one of them. Oh, okay. Okay, there's three of them actually. Nice. But yeah, let's see. So he's currently inside that stage. Moving straight. So it is on a 0.5 interval. It's not letting it work though. Where do you live? What time is it there? So actually, I live in United States, and it's 5 p.m. right now. 5 p.m. So like on a 24-hour clock, it would be 17 right now. Yeah, 4:56 p.m. Yes, sir. So yeah, like I'm living in basically like the mountain zone, basically. I would say it's alright too. It's alright too for sure. So yeah, cast to complete, moving straight. But he's not moving. He isn't moving at all. I wonder why he's not moving. Move to. I wonder if it's because I'm calling move to on something that doesn't exist. I wonder if it's that. Your life is laggy. Yeah, bro, my internet is really bad. My internet is really bad over here. 5 p.m. Yes, sir, bro. Exactly. But yeah, my internet is it's just been super laggy recently. Like they had like a whole building. My whole building basically lost internet for a bit, and so that was like a whole issue. And then ever since, or like even before that as well, like the internet's been pretty bad. Here it is 7:57 p.m. Really? Shoot, bro. So you're basically living like in what is it? New York, basically, somewhere around East Coast. I would assume. Or wait, no, cause I believe yeah, somewhere around there, East Coast. That's cool, bro. That's cool. Or maybe even Hawaii, bro. Who knows? Oh. But yeah. Brazil. Where's that? Wait, let me check. South America. Bro, nice. That's cool. Yeah, so I guess somewhere around there, bro. That's cool, bro. That's cool. How's Brazil, bro? How's Brazil? Big W's. Yeah, it's crazy. Brazil, isn't that where is Bolt from? Oh, that's a different area. Shoot. Who's from Brazil? Brazil. Yeah, I'm not sure. Brazil. Brazil. Is that Neymar? No. Is that Neymar? Is that where is Neymar from? No. He is Brazilian. Okay, I thought so. Yeah, he's from Brazil. Who else? I don't know. That's it. Good thing I got that one. Neymar, bro, the GOAT, bro, the CS GOAT, bro. No, yeah, he's like a. Wait, is he still playing? I forget. I had a friend talk to me about it a little bit. Like, apparently he's not playing or something. Neymar isn't playing for like the big teams. I'm not sure. I'm not super like following the football field, you know. So I'm not exactly sure how that stuff works. Yeah. All right. So let's see. The move to, it must be something with the move to on a position that doesn't exist or something. Let's see what happens. So I'm gonna do what happens if you call move to on a position that doesn't exist. Let's see. Roblox move to not working. I wonder why it's not working. It has a default timeout of 8 seconds. So it's freezing right here. It's trying to move to the target. Chase. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do if not target dot entity exists target, then return false end. Alright, let's see. I don't know either. I don't watch football. Yeah, bro, I guess it's just like that, bro. It's just like that. No worries. It's always been something interesting to me, though. Like, if I were ever to like get into like a sport or something like that, it would probably be football, bro. Technically, though, in America, United States type of America, soccer, bro. They call it soccer, bro. I don't know if you know, bro. Soccer, bro. It's kind of interesting. And then we have our own football where we don't even use foot. We use the foot for like two like situations. All right. Alright, let's go ahead and die and then see kind of if we can get some of these guys to glitch out. And then, whoa, what did I just do? I want to undo what I just did. Alright. So which ones are glitched out? These guys seem to be glitched out. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and kill all these guys. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, nice. And then we'll also kill these guys. And then with this guy, let's see what's going on with him. So I do exist, of course, so it's not glitching out with that. He's not airing out with that. I wonder why. I mean, these errors are like with the... Yeah, it's because like I'm trying to change the transparency on an entity that like is dead. So like those are like fine. Those are fine. But the problem is that this whole move to system isn't working at all. So what I'm gonna do is print also. I'm gonna print out the humanoid.root.part.position minus target.humanoid.root.part.position, and we're gonna take the magnitude of that dot magnitude, and that's gonna get us the distance between the player and the entity at the moment of the call. And I mean, it should just be like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It should go up to 100. It should go up to 100. And after 100, he stops targeting me, and he should go into wandering state. And I'm assuming that's gonna work too, which is the weird part. I'm assuming that's gonna work. I have no idea why like all these systems aren't working. So let's go ahead and die. Hopefully we can get some of these guys to glitch out. Which one's glitched out? Nice, we got a bunch of them to glitch out that time. So why do they glitch out? I wonder. It's when they're trying to pathfind towards me. When they're pathfinding towards me. What causes this? What causes this? Let's go ahead and clear. He's just completely frozen right now. Executing wander. What's going on here? I'm right here, boy. Why is he wandering? Maybe this error is like not what I'm expecting. Maybe it's something completely different. What's going on? So he's stuck on wander. He's stuck on wander now. Maybe it's a problem with my state machine base. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's that. Could anything in here be causing it as well? None of these are dangerous. When movement stalls, whole AI loop stalls. That's good though, that's good though. And I want it to be like that, but the problem is after killing a target, follow target returns. Chase gets stuck, the state machine never iterates again. In the loop yield, while self-dot enabled. Make the loop yield. If testing mode is false, I mean, I don't think this really matters though. That's not the error though, that's not the error. States are allowed to block indefinitely. Yes, okay. It seems like, yeah, this whole thing is like not really telling me what I need to. No, let's see what the other ones were. Before execute, silently break. Self-dot before execute. Can silently break the flow. I thought it calls before the state though. No error protection. NPC kills a target. Follow target still runs briefly. Follow target, so execute state never returns. No, so the thing is that the states are still changing and I can get the entity to attack me, but the move to calls never move the entity. Then the state machine is not frozen. Yeah, I should have probably said that. This is almost always a humanoid movement failure state. Humanoid is stuck in a bad state, very common after combat. It can end up in a physics platform standing falling down ragdoll. In these states, move to does nothing. Change state to running. Is that a thing? Wait, is that a thing? Shoot, I never even thought about that. I never even thought about that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is Behavior functions. I'm gonna throw into here. Before everything, I'm just gonna throw this in. Change state to running. And I don't know if this is gonna fix anything. If it doesn't, then yeah, that's kind of the way it goes. But I'm gonna throw them actually here and here. Kind of anytime it's moving around. Wander around point, I'll throw it up here as well. Idle, it's not moving at all. Wander chase, charge attack. Yeah, I mean, jump dodge. I mean, yeah, some of these are like not super important. Circle target. For all the movement ones, I'm gonna throw stuff in the distance from target. Move towards target, I guess. Well, actually, let me make sure it actually works first in the first place. So let me actually remove it from everything. Wait, I do want it in here though. So I'm gonna set it up in Wander, just to see if I can get it Wander to work with this. And if I can, this is gonna be life-changing. I don't know if this is the reason though. I don't think this is the reason. Honestly, I'm hoping that it's like something obvious that I just missed. Because I'm kind of trying to move on from this. So yeah, we got all these dudes. They're trying to chase me, and then I die. Let's see if they glitch out. Let's see if they glitch out. Let's see if they glitch out. So yeah, we still got some of them that are frozen. So it must have not been that. It must have not been that. So let's see. I can get this guy to try and attack me, maybe. Yep. But he's still unable to move. He's still unable to move. Cast complete. Moving straight. Moving straight. So yeah, that was after I changed the state as well, so it wasn't anything with that. It was not anything with that. Let's see. Humanoid is dead or disabled. If health is smaller than or equal to 0? Really? Walk speed is equal to 0. Oh wait, I haven't checked the walk speed either. Wait. Let me check for walk. I am setting it to 0 here. Wait. Oh, no way. It might be this. Attacking dot falls. Is there any situation where I return early? I return early here. Oh my gosh. Thank goodness it was an easy problem though. Okay, I know exactly what the problem is. I'm just stupid. That's so stupid, bro. That is so stupid, bro. Oh my gosh. This isn't even a good way of doing this, bro. Cause yeah, this is like That's funny. That's funny. Alright. Well, thankfully I know exactly what the problem is. How did I not think of that? How did I not think of that? Oh my gosh. Wow, the AI had to carry, bro. The AI had to carry. This is like the easiest fix too. This is like genuinely like the easiest fix of all time. The problem was I was returning early. The problem was I was returning early. Walk speed. So yeah, for every single one of these guard clauses, I gotta just set its walk speed back to normal. Why am I doing so many guard clauses though? That's the real question. If not guard clause model, don't I do it? Oh, it's because every single time you wait, you have to do another guard clause. I remember. Because you can never be too sure if like entities exist and everything. So yeah. You know, the thing is though, the AI never caught that the error was with this, so it must have just not read this. It must have just not read this. Charge attack. So maybe, is it when it's attacking? Is it when it's attacking? I didn't realize, but I guess when it's attacking and I die in between the attack, that's when it freezes. I never realized because I couldn't like replicate like kind of what when it was freezing up, but it makes sense now. It makes sense now. Okay, so let me double check. So I have the before the return here, before the return here. I have it finally here, and I have it here as well. Okay, that's gonna fix it. That's a crazy bug. Not even a bug. That was just like a thing. That was not a bug. That was just a thing. Yeah, so small issues like that though, you don't even know where they are, and you're just working in a completely different area, thinking it's something that's completely differently related, and it's just the most obvious bug ever, bro. I'm like 99% sure I fixed the bug, so I'm just gonna spawn a ton of these guys, and I'm pretty sure it won't happen ever again. So let's go ahead and escape our enter right in between. And yeah, we had a bunch of these guys attacking, and yeah, you can see none of them are glitched out now. Yeah, that was the glitch. That's so stupid, bro. That is so stupid. But actually, I'm happy though. I'm happy because it's done. What's done is done. What's done is done. So let's try and run it one more time. I die. Escape or enter. I die. None of these guys glitch out. You can see they're all still moving and everything. Alright, we fixed it. We fixed it. That is so stupid. I don't know how I missed that. I actually have no idea how I missed that. Genuinely have no idea how I missed that. Yeah, it's just like it's things like this where like it kind of just like breaks your mind. Like you're like not even realizing like what this blew my mind for sure. Like this small of a bug caused this much time. It was literally a one-line bug. I kind of like this line of code though, so maybe I'll keep it. No, whatever. It's just an AI line of code anyways. I'm just gonna remove it. Actually, I'll keep it in case I ever need to come back to this. But I'm like 99% sure I just fixed the whole bug. And we're done with that. So that also means whenever we're setting the colors and everything, we just gotta remove all these. New version, yeah, we'll just clear all that. And yeah, I just gotta clear out all the code that I was using for testing because I was able to fix everything. So let me come back to behavior functions. So I'm pretty sure I have a couple things here for testing. And yeah, I can remove this because I'm already calling it beforehand. Weight 0.5. And I can probably set this back to like 0.1. That way it's more accurate to its position. And this still should be here. I think this should stay here because if anything, it's kind of weird that it doesn't. This wasn't a thing. So yeah, that's gonna help a little bit as well. I think that's everything. Perfect. And let's come back to the state machine or hog state machine, and we're gonna go ahead and set this to false because we're not testing anymore. If we come back to pathfinding functions as well, we're gonna set the view path to true. Maybe we already have it. Okay. I remember like commenting out a line, but maybe I already did uncomment it. Alright. So we got all that done. Let's see if there's anything else I gotta clean up. Items and XP. So yeah, we already got items, but no XP. And we'll do that with the XP system. So I need the XP system, then I can do entities, I think. Maybe it might even be worth it to work on them at the same time. Actually, no, maybe what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the XP system, then I'm going to implement on the hog at least to get a testing version working. And then from there we'll be chilling. We will be chilling. I'm gonna have to do a revamp on the mining, fishing, all those systems and everything. But I think that's everything. Target name. Yeah, we can remove that because yeah, we don't need that. We can also remove this because that was just for testing. And if we come back to, let's see. What are these arguments? Attack speed, recharge, damage, percent number. Alright, yeah, I mean those are fine. We're gonna have to come back to the hitbox and we're gonna remove the targeted count. And I think we also just need to remove these two lines. I'm gonna come back here and make sure I didn't miss anything for the root. Root dot. Oh yeah, we gotta remove this print. Also, we're not really using this line though, but I will remove these because we don't need those anymore. This is just for testing. This was to try and figure out how to fix it. Root dot. And then let's see what else. Is there any prints? Let me check for prints. That's normal, that's normal, that's normal. Nice. So that's all that. Let's go to behavior functions, look for prints. Print. No prints. What about warnings? No warnings actually as well. Alright, that's fine though. And I think that's everything. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and run it one more time and we should be chilling. So yeah, we're gonna do a final test with like all of our dudes. Spawn a bunch of allies. We're gonna have them fight the entity enemies. And we should be chilling here. We should be chilling here. I don't see how this bugs out. Oh, I gotta... So they're still setting it to like their root parts to visible and everything. So I'll have to fix that. But that's in the before everything, so... For now we just have to have these guys fight and everything. You can see the whole war is going on. Whole battle, whole war. And yeah, I mean, it seems like everything's working. Nice. So there is still one more area where something's getting set to, and yeah, I mean this area, maybe I should fix it though. Maybe I should fix it. So the way to fix it, I would assume is probably just gonna be. This is on the Astrolite troop, I think. Yeah. Yeah, so right here I'm gonna clear this out. What else? Line 0. And yeah, something that's like good to take note of is that technically this pathfinding system, it's not good for going over like cracks on the ground and stuff, because basically if it sees something, it's gonna straight path towards it. So my entities are really easy to trick into like falling off cliffs and stuff. But the thing is, that's honestly fine by me, because I'm not planning on having a lot of stuff like that. I'm not gonna have a bunch of like parkour in the game anyway, so we're fine. And if there is, it's not gonna be near enemies. And if there is enemies, I'm gonna have to make a custom system for their AI so they don't fall off cliffs. But yeah, right now it is expected for them to be able to fall off cliffs pretty easily because they just straight path towards you. Yeah, let's go ahead and fix this error, which is basically just we're setting network owner to nil on a part that doesn't exist. I would assume, or no. On parts that are anchored, welded to parts. Root part should not be anchored or welded. Or you know what it is though, because I think the death particle emitter, I'm pretty sure it does like weld stuff, anchors and everything. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do also is I'm gonna go into the entity functions and I'm gonna check if the root is anchored. Yeah, and that's just gonna be a simple check. Let's see, let's do this. We're just gonna entity exists. So if not model dot find first child humanoid, then return false end, and we're gonna also check if model dot humanoid dot I guess we can check if it doesn't exist, dot root part, then return false end. If model dot humanoid dot root part dot anchored, then return false end. So I'm just checking if it's anchored. If it's anchored, then just return false. Because no entity will have any root part anchored unless it's already dying, basically. That's the only time I set it to anchored. And that's the only time I should be setting it to anchored. So yeah, I mean, other than that, that's like the only error. That's the only bug I could think of. The one thing is, I don't know if like, will this bug out? Will this error out? Will this bug out? No, that line is safe, but can still lead to... If it doesn't exist, then it exists early. Okay, nice. Nice. Alrighty. Nice, I think we're chilling in all this. Great. Another great bug fixing. And guard clause. Okay, nice. And let's go ahead and so yeah, I think that's the whole bug fix. I'm like 99% sure we fixed that. We just gotta fix the consumable system. Let's go ahead and do that, and then we're moving on to plugin. We're moving on to the plugin. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. But yeah, dang, bro, dang. Let's see. Consumable system. I'm pretty sure I got like bananas at some point, or orange. Where are my oranges? I swear I got oranges at some point. Orange. Maybe I ate them. Maybe did I like consume them like on the server or something? Because I remember, I swear I picked up oranges at some point. Yeah, and then I equip it and I eat it, but it glitches out. Argument one missing. Argument one missing or no. I'm back. Did you manage to fix it? Yes, bro. It was a super easy fix as well. It was a one-line fix. But yeah, I fixed it. Basically, if you're wondering what the error was, I was setting the speed of the entity to 0 at some point, and then I would exit the function early, and I didn't realize I was like exiting the function early. So basically, he was trying to move, but his speed was set to 0, so he wasn't moving. That was the whole error. But yeah, after I fixed it, everything was working. So we're chilling now. We're chilling now. Yeah, I was just confused, but now that we got it to work, we are up and running, basically up and running. Argument 1 missing or nil. Argument 1 missing or nil. Argument 1 missing or nil. So this is in item functions line 619. 619. Find item name. Interesting. Oh, GG, yeah, bro, yeah. No, but we're done with that. So basically, I'm just fixing up a small bug with the consumable system where when you eat items, it shouldn't be airing out, basically. So that's what I'm fixing right now, and after that, we're on the armor set plugin, basically. The armor set plugin, and then we're modeling out armors. That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun. Item data. Yeah, I mean, this is like default stuff. This is like default stuff. I'm wondering why this isn't working. And yeah, I was thinking about like having like this whole saturation system, like eating food. Honestly, I'm not even sure if it's like worth it, but maybe what I might do is the saturation system doesn't like hurt you. It doesn't like make you like slower or do anything. But what it does is it limits the amount of buffs that you can get. Because what I want maybe is like food will give you buffs. So you can't eat too much food. You can't just eat infinite food. Maybe that's the limiting factor. So the saturation, instead of being a downside, it's a limiter to your upside. I think that's what I'm gonna do. It seems kind of interesting, kind of weird like that, but it might be kind of fun. And I don't think anybody else has done something like that. It makes sense to me though, because like in like games like Minecraft, that's like it only serves as a downside, and it serves as a downside that honestly doesn't really make too much sense. It's just like to eat food at random points in your world for some reason. But at the same time, it does kind of make sense. But I guess there is a reason why some servers like disable hunger. But yeah, I think that might be a good way to do it, just so that you still have to think about hunger, but only like in the way of strategizing, kind of what sort of buffs you want to get and everything. I think it'd be kind of cool like that. I'm also gonna throw that into my to-do because I just thought of that. Previous backlog to do. Saturation system. Maybe, yeah, saturation system. Our saturation system, limit buff amount by hunger. I think that should work. Alright. But yeah. So we're just gonna try and figure out what's going on here. So, what's going on here? Argument 1 missing or nil. Missing or nil, so it's this. Item name is missing or nil. So it doesn't have an item name. Where is this calling from? Get item record from name, which is calling from here. Item object dot name, which is calling from player events. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna print item object. Print item object. And then if that works, I'm gonna do print item object dot name. And hopefully it should just bear out as well. Or no, maybe I'll just do the first one first, just to make sure that it exists first. And technically, if it prints it, it should print out the name as well. It should print out the name as well. Because I'm pretty sure when you print an object, it just prints the name by default. Okay, equipping orange 1. Oh, I pressed F1. I just opened up the documents. Whoops. Let me go ahead and press 1. Argument 1 missing or nil. Let me check on the server. Item use effect. It's printing data. So I must be passing data instead of the object. I must be passing data. Get item record from name. So yeah, I'm printing the item object right here. So where am I calling item use effect server? Control find in place. Use effect. This is disabled though. This is disabled. Is it calling from player events? It's calling from player events. It's calling from here. I don't know why I'm doing this. Yeah, yeah. I don't know how I missed this, but this is not supposed to be the case. Item use effect server. So what does it do again? Does it consume the item as well? Server use effect. So yeah, I'm supposed to be passing. So this is the version that uses the item data. I don't know exactly what I'm doing here. This is an old version. I must have not used this system for a while because I must have made a couple changes here and there. Item data. And this is calling the error on the server as well. This is a server error. Use effect server. Item functions use server. And I'm pretty sure this is where it gets consumed as well. So you can kind of consume a different amount for each thing and everything. Because yeah, I didn't want it to default to like consuming one at a time, in case like there's an item that like you use it and then it consumes like multiple, like you shoot like 3 shurikens at the same time type of situation. But we are chilling. I'm not exactly sure. Not exactly sure. Yeah, I mean, let's see. How do we want to do this? What I'm wondering is if it's a good idea to just pass. Because all I need is the item name. I am passing item object here though. So I do need the item object itself. So what I'm wondering is why is this getting the item data? Item use effect. On server event. Use effect. Model events use effect. Whoops. Not what I meant to do. Events.use, or I'm gonna do use effect. Oh shoot, because yeah, every single script has this technically. But I'm gonna find it here. Use effect on server event connect, and this just fires back to the client. Or no, this. Why are we passing item data? Item use effect server. Oh, this is okay. I need to delete that script. That script keeps messing me up. Yeah, this script. Yeah, I've had this disabled for a long time. I'm gonna delete it. Cause yeah, actually, what I can do, I can probably throw it into server storage. Ignore, because that's where I throw my old OG stuff. But it kind of still exists though. Maybe I'll just delete it. I'm gonna delete it. Yeah, it's kind of getting in the way. Use effect client. Yeah, I mean. So this one uses item object. Use effect server. I'm no longer passing. I just don't know why I'm passing data instead of. When did I change this? This was a while ago, I think. Item data. Item use effect server. So we're using the effect. Why am I passing the item data? Why am I passing item data here? Use effect. And then like technically, because what I could do is just inside of item functions, I could uncomment this function. And I could, I don't know actually why. Use effect server from data, maybe. I can just use this instead. Yeah, I mean, what's the difference? What's the difference? Use effect server. This one uses no data. This uses an item object. This one uses data. See, I think that works. But yeah, these are all using this new version. Every single script for every single item is using the new version. So I'm gonna keep the new version and everything working. And that should fix that. The client side, I don't know, I don't remember if it was bugging out too, but let's check on that as well. Let's check on that as well. And the reason that disappeared was I'm pretty sure because I already ate that final orange. I did get an error though. Values not valid number. Field. Get item field from does not have the valid field values. I mean, that means that the item doesn't even exist at that point. So it's equipping an external. What? Values is not a valid number. Okay, let me try. Okay, this might be a little bit deeper than I thought. I don't know what I did, but I must have changed something with my... values is not a valid number of model apples. What? Am I consuming the apple when I equip it? Is that what's going on? I'm gonna go into the apple script and I'm gonna check it on its consume call. Alright. Okay, I equip it. Oh, that's an orange though. I think it's consuming. Wait, I think it's consuming every time I equip it. Let me check. Yeah, it's alright, so yeah, that's the problem. It's consuming the apple every time I equip it. Wait, what? Wait, what? Alright, that's not supposed to be happening. Equip. So where was that being called again? This whole item use effect. I wonder if it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna comment out this whole entire thing. I don't think it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. Okay, let's see. I don't think so. I don't think so. Alright, so what's going on here? He's not a valid member of Apple. Yeah, iron. Why is it doing all that? This is kind of strange. It's trying to equip an item that doesn't exist. Okay. Why is it consuming every time I equip it? Why am I using the effect when I equip it? Wait, why does this exist here? I don't know why I threw this here. Use effect server. Yeah, I don't know why. That must have been for testing. I must have accidentally uncommented that or something. But yeah, this line is not supposed to be here because this is when I'm equipping stuff. When I use items, that's a completely different story. That's also probably why it's airing out, I think, maybe. Because it's trying to unequip, meaning it's trying to use the nil, which, yeah, okay, so that's the reason why I was bugging out. Now what I'm wondering though is, does that mean I'm able to uncomment that one line? Where was it? I think it was this. I could probably uncomment this and it would be fine. Okay, let's check this out. Let's check this out. Yes. Whoa. And hopefully we're chilling now. So yeah, we can press 1 to consume. Alright, yeah, we fixed it. Yeah, I don't even know. I think it's just been a really long time since I've worked on the equip system, so it's just kind of glitched out. Nice. So yeah, we can start removing the print statements because we got everything to be fixed. So we'll just go ahead and remove that, and then we'll remove this. What else? Equipping orange. We can probably remove all this as well, because yeah, the equipping and unequipping system has always been working basically. Let me make sure there's no other prints. I think that's everything. And yeah, these things we're just printing random stuff. That's just because we have those print statements. So let me go ahead and run it one more time. Just clear out any previous testing system prints and everything. But with that, I think we're ready to move on to the plugin system. We're ready to move on to the armor plugin. This is gonna be good. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome. So yeah, we loaded all of our items. We're still getting these prints though, so I'm gonna go ahead and remove those prints. Where are these prints coming from? Item functions 379. Yeah, we'll remove that. Are there any other prints? No prints, perfect. I think that's everything. And then with this like successfully loaded item print as well, we don't really need that. Warn item was unable. We do need the warning for the unable to decode because that's a pretty bad error. Is there any other things that we want to? I'm using the ID, but I think it might be even better to. Comma player dot name. Comma what's it? And we'll just copy that for down here as well. Where's the load part? Alright, and then let's go ahead and run it and let's see if this works. So we got the whole print system to work now. Maybe that's kind of a janky. But it is good to like kind of know the player ID, but maybe it's too much. Maybe I'll just print the player name. I'm pretty sure players can't have the same name, because this uses the new name system where like you can't have the same name for multiple players. So this should work. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I will have to move it from down here as well, I just realized. And yeah, once we get that, this is like easy stuff. This is just like side stuff for fun. Loaded. Alrighty. And we leave, and then it should just say print. Saving successfully saved. We'll also just remove this stuff. That's everything. Nice. So we have everything working. Saving player. I will remove that print though, because we don't really need to say we're saving the player. We can just say when we saved successfully, or if we didn't successfully save. And I wanna see how much storage my player takes up actually. I wanna see like, oh shoot, dang it. I gotta comment out that line. It's gonna error out. Whoops. It's gonna error out pretty bad. So yeah, yeah, basically we're gonna run the game. And then let's see, let's see. Alright, so let's see. Successfully loaded. And if I leave, what was I gonna test? That's right, okay, so I wanna see how much inventory. So let's say I have like a ton of items in my inventory. I just wanna see like kind of what's the limit to my storage system. I wanna see how much I can spam in the storage sense, kind of. So I'm gonna get like a bunch of unequipables. Like let's say over here, I'm just gonna spam a ton of these bars. There we go. We got like tons of this. We're gonna craft up a bunch of these. Did I set? Yeah, you can only craft one at a time, and I think it's probably better this way, just so you can't like glitch out the whole system. There we go. So we have a ton of Orichalcum swords right now. Holy shmoly. You would never usually have this many, but I mean, yeah. We're gonna spam this button. We're gonna spam this button. Alright, let's see. Yeah, we got thousands upon thousands of like everything. And maybe I'll make armor, because armor seems to be pretty easy to make. So I'll just spam out tons of armor. Maybe a little bit of this as well. I just want to see how many items I can make, and like kind of see like what's like the upper limit to how many items someone can store in their inventory before like it's too much item storage. Your models are very beautiful and stylish. Bro, thank you so much, bro. That's actually so nice, bro. Because yeah, I work so hard on like all my models and stuff, and I'm trying to get better and everything. But yeah, there's still a lot of progress I need to make on my armor sets and everything. But thank you, bro. Thank you so much, bro. Big W's, bro. But yeah, let's go ahead and leave. And I want to see kind of how much storage. So with all that inventory storage taken, that was 17 kilobytes of storage, basically. 17 kilobytes. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. Is there anything I can do better? 17 kilobytes. Not bad at all. I mean, cause like the upper limit, I'm pretty sure was around like I want to be like limiting to around like 50 to 100 kilobytes. So yeah, I mean, things are looking good. Things are looking good. This is great. This is great. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. I do want to see, because everything does technically have a script. What happens when I run the game? They're very unique. Yes, sir, bro. Bro, handcrafted, bro. Everything's handcrafted, bro. Bro, and yeah, soon I'm gonna have to be making tens of millions more, because like the armor sets, bro. I'm gonna have to make what is it? 30 different armor sets. 31 different armor sets. Each one comes with how many pieces of gear? It's gonna be a helmet, greaves, chestplate, leggings, and the pauldrons, and bracers. I said greaves. Greaves are the same as leggings, I'm pretty sure. And so yeah, I guess that save load system is working all right. But yeah, we're gonna be basically we're gonna be 3D modeling out like I think around 150 different items. But at the same time, you have to remember, I've already made like around 150 items for this whole game. Maybe even more. I kind of forget. But I'm thinking about streamlining it a lot. So that's also one of the reasons why I gotta get the armor set plugin system super easy to use, very simple and everything. So I've already been planning that stuff out. Let's see. Let me go ahead and comment all this out. And we should be good to file save. I'm gonna go ahead and save this to my PC as well. I love PEE. Create items focused on this. Yo, thank you, bro. Yes, sir. Bro, I do too. I do too. PvE is so very fun to me, bro. That's the type of stuff that I like to enjoy, bro. I'm gonna go ahead and save this. Save as file. Where do I save it? Where do I save it? Export as download a copy. There we go. There we go. And so what I'm doing right now is I'm saving a backup, just so that in case like this game like gets deleted somehow or something crazy bad happens, I can always revert to an old backup like this. 2026. So we're on the 24th, and I'm also gonna call this stable, because this is like one of the stable backups where like I just finished up a bunch of stuff. Yeah. Alright, we'll just save it as stable. I can always change the name any other time as well. And with that, once this is done, we're gonna go on the Armor Set plugin system. And let me go ahead and get my iPad. If you remember, back when I was making pizzas, bro. I actually ended up, let's see, let me pull out my, what is it called? Bada bing bada boom. Notepad. Notes. Armor plugins. So yeah, we got the whole the system. I already have everything planned out. We're just gonna be implementing it. So I can go ahead. We saved everything. I'm gonna actually maybe also I'm gonna publish all my changes to the game project, and after that I'm gonna exit this. Changes have been published. Perfect. So I'm gonna exit out of this, and we're on the Armor Set plugin system. So I'm gonna have to open up Studio again. And yeah. And this is I can kind of show you kind of the basics to like how I make my plugins from a baseline. So yeah, first thing I need to do is the UI, because the UI, once I make the UI, everything's just connecting the UI to how it's supposed to work. So I'll start with the screen GUI, and then let's see, I'm gonna kind of take a look into how I implemented everything. I'm also gonna make sure I get the however I did it over here. So yeah, it's just a bunch of random items. Okay, so this is gonna be this is the plan that I drew out for the UI, and so we're gonna basically be converting that to the game, or not even the game, just the plugin. So let's start with a viewport frame. This is going to be the player's viewport, where you can view the armor set and everything. I'll call this the player viewport. Let's see, what else do we need? So we're going to need the, let me open up this script as well. So we're going to go to Armor Gen plugin, player viewport, perfect. So I just need to make sure I get all the names correct. So I'll have this on the side so that I can read it, basically. And yeah, I'll just bring it down a little bit because I need space for a few buttons. So we'll need a button, image button, and this is going to be called the, I'll set the scale to like around here maybe. And I'll call this one the, what is it called? Auto rotate button. We need another one for the gender, the torso gender basically. So it's either male or female. So I'm just Control D, and then we're gonna bring this over here. So this is gonna be the gender male, and this one's gender female. And these are just simple buttons. Your organization is incredible. Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to make sure everything doesn't get super complicated, because the moment it does, that's when things get pretty bad. I've learned that from the hard way. So I just need to make sure I get all these systems input perfectly. Not even perfectly, just in a way that they look all right. And if I can do that, then it's as simple as just connecting out all the buttons, all the text boxes, and we're good to go, basically. Let's see, so this is going to be called helmet. We're going to duplicate this and we're going to come and drop it down here. It's really cool that you design on your tablet and then port it to Roblox Studio. Yeah, bro, it's actually really fun to draw it as well, because you kind of get to theorize kind of how it would work. So like you can see the plan right here, but if you scroll up, this is like the baseline functionality that I need the plugin to do, and then from that description I kind of make the UI for it as well, just so that it fits the description for anything I might need it for. And I found that's probably the easiest way for me to like make anything. That's how I design my inventory system, my basically any system in this game. That's how I've designed it. And yeah, I think that for me it works the best. It might not work best for like anyone else, but for me it works pretty well. So let's go ahead and call this one the armor name. Let's see, I'm gonna drag it out over here as well. And let's see, so we need the, I think I'll rename everything after I get all the buttons first. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We need 8 of these. So 1, 2, 3. I might actually need to make these a little bit smaller. I think this should work. So yeah, we'll basically take this and this, or I'm gonna drag this down to here. And I'm going to take these two and I'm going to duplicate, or wait, maybe I'll just do row by row. So we need this, and we need a checkbox button. So I'll come over here, button. It's going to be an image button. We'll put it right here, and then we need another text box. So I'm going to duplicate this and I'll bring it down over here. And then we need one more checkbox button, so I'll duplicate this and I'll bring it over here. And I think that looks about right. Nothing has to be exact, because it's gonna be kind of like this anyway. So yeah. But yeah, this is gonna get kind of complicated a little bit, I think. So I think I should rename things here though. So this is gonna be the helmet toggle button. This is going to be the helmet index by, and maybe I'll remove the toggle, the button text name. Helmet index by, and this is going to be the helmet name. This is going to be the, what does that button do? I forget. Apply. I think it's index by apply. Helmet index by apply, and this one's gonna be the, I think this is the view, I think this is where I check the view, helmet view, and I think that should be everything with that whole line. So all we gotta do is, I think it's just take all this, and then we can, I wonder if it might be better to put it all in a folder. Actually, I might do that. That way I don't get super confused. So I'm gonna call this helmet details. I'm gonna just duplicate this 8 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then we can take all this and kind of just drag it all down. Oh wait. Alright. And so yeah, this next one is the pauldron one. Pauldron 1. And so we're just gonna take all these helmets and we're gonna rename them to pauldron 1. And then yeah, of course we should probably rewrite this to pauldron 1. And in these text boxes we should probably also put a default text. Where do I set the name, the default? Placeholder text. So this should be like, what should it say? So it's gonna be the name, so I could say like iron helmet. Or I could say iron like comma golden. Or maybe I should do like iron helmet. There we go. And then over here I'm gonna set the placeholder to like the index by. This is kind of like a thing where it gets the name of the object, the part, so that it can figure out which parts are of each object. So this could be like index by like helmet. Material. I think with the materials, so all the visual aspects of the armors, I'm gonna do it default, like manually, I think. And then this is to convert the items to armor, like armor items, so that I can use them inside the game. But the visual aspects of everything, I want to do it manually, because I think it's a little bit easier for me to do everything manually. Just so I can customize the colors and like the materials and everything. For me, that helps a little bit. And we're gonna need to set the image as well. Let's see. So we want this to be a checkbox. Maybe it's better if it's a text button. Yeah. So that's the plan for me right now. It very well could change if I feel like it shouldn't be like that. But at the moment, I think that's the way I'm gonna do it. I think that's the way, because the way I'm planning it should work. If it doesn't, that'd be pretty bad. But it should work like this. Pauldron 1. Let's see if so maybe, let's see, hints, or what was the placeholder? So yeah, this would be like iron pauldron. And you know what, actually I don't know if it makes sense to have the pauldron kind of like, let's see, well I think so, let's see, because they should only have one name for the pauldron, but you should be able to index them differently. Because what I'm planning is like, it might be a system where like pauldrons look different on both sides. And if I do that, it's gonna make things a little bit weird if they have different names. So what I'm gonna do actually is I'm gonna delete one of these, and I'm gonna probably transfer all this over. I'm gonna bring it all down here, kind of like this, and then I'll delete the name from this one, but I'll keep everything else. This part is cool. It seems like I understand, but my fear is giving a function to each of these things. Yeah, bro, don't worry. I'm worried about that thing too. But the thing is, what I'm planning on doing is I'm gonna connect all the buttons to like a function that I've already made, so that I'm able to super simply just make it like a one line per button. And hopefully I can get that to work. If it doesn't, then This might be like a 1,000,009 plugin. We'll see, we'll see. But this should work, this should work. So Pauldron 1, this is going to be Pauldron 2. So we'll come over here, Pauldron 2. Let's see, I just got a Steam notification. Sea of Thieves is on sale. Is on sale. Interesting. Maybe I'll get it one day. Pauldron 2. I didn't notice the hint went away on these. What was the... You know what? It's probably because there's so many of these. I might have to delete some of these. Oh, I might have accidentally deleted the wrong one. And then I'm gonna probably... Yeah, I'm gonna keep these. Actually, no. I'm gonna drag these into here because the Pauldron one is gonna be different. I'm just gonna call it Pauldron Details. It makes sense. It's probably just an impression, or because I've never done it, bro. Yeah. Just gotta hop in and do it, bro. It depends on what type of game you're trying to make, though. Some games you don't really need to make your own personal plugins. It's just for this game, because I'm gonna be making a ton of assets. It's kind of necessary for me. But if you're making like a smaller scale game where like maybe you'll only have like 10, 15, 50 items or something like that, I don't think you really need your personal plugin. You can just make everything manually, but it just depends on how many items you're gonna make and if it's a long-term project. We're gonna bring this down here. Also, I gotta hint these actually, so placeholder text, iron helmet, helmet. Maybe I'll set the image. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open up Paint. I'm gonna make a custom picture for the icons for some of these buttons. I think it might help a little bit. So, for example, let's see what type of images might I need. So, let's go ahead and Control N. We're gonna do a 500 by 500. Let's see. So I'm gonna go ahead and clear the background for this. Maybe I will keep it a black background, and then let's see. How do I want to make this UI look? I can really do whatever I want, but I mean, I want it to look at least where I can understand what I'm looking at. So I think I need a check mark. Is there like any check mark? Check, perfect. I can use this. Did that work? Oh, that's why. So I'm gonna fill it in as well. And then maybe I'll fill it with the green color. So yeah, we'll do it like this. I'll save this as a... Let's go into Regalia Online. We're gonna go to icons. I'm gonna make a new folder for what is this plugin called? I'll just call it icons, I guess. Or wait, maybe I guess I could just save it in this folder. What would this be called? Check icon. Check green. Green check icon. There we go. So we save the green check icon. $500 by 500. Remember, we're gonna make a red X icon now. So let's see. And let me make sure they're about the right size. So I'm gonna come over here. I need to make sure they look about. I think I gotta make these thicker. So I'm gonna make this one a little bit bigger. That looks about right. That looks about right. Perfect. And then I can delete this. And then red X icon. I guess I don't really need a red X, but I guess I do need it for the toggle. And then let's see, what else do we need? I need a male and female icon, so I'm gonna Control N, 500 by 500. So I need a male icon. How am I gonna do that? I think it's gonna be kind of weird. Is there a plus sign? It doesn't seem so. Okay, so I'll have to do this kind of manually, I guess. So, male icon. I guess I can go the color white. We'll do an ellipse. It's not going to be filled, and we're going to make the brush size. Oh, that's a bit too big. Yeah, I think something like this should work. So I'll start with this, and then I'll go ahead and center it. And then what else do we need? We need a bar. So let's go ahead and start with a little line. Then we need a arrow at the end. We also need one that has kind of just like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make another one for over here. I'm going to align these all to the center. Whoops. There we go. And then I'm going to bring these kind of down. And then we'll bring this one down as well. That's about the right position for female icon, I guess. And then for this one, we're just going to come over here, delete all this. And so yeah, I'm going to go ahead and save this as female. And then we're going to delete all of that. And we're going to have to make it, we're going to kind of convert this one to diagonal. How am I going to do that? I might be able to just... Perfect! So I can do this, and then we need a little arrow. Or what is the male icon actually? Male, female. I need to double check. Male, female. So it is just a little arrow. Okay. So I just need a small arrow. And how I can do that is I can probably come over here. If I turn these to invisible, I can just do like a... Uh-oh. Oops. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. So we can go like this, and then Control C, Control V, and then rotate everything 90 degrees. FX object, align object, FX object, align object, and then maybe I want it to be a little bit move higher, kind of like this, and same thing with this one. That arrow might be too big. That might be too big. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring it down one, bring this one down one as well. I think this should be good. Now we're just gonna cut off the edges, and then we're gonna merge these, and then we're gonna bring it, rotate, move, and then rotate it like this, and then we're gonna move it 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2. Perfect. So this can be the male icon, and then we'll Control Shift Save S as male. PNG. Let me actually delete the PDN. Okay, there we go. So now we can come over here and we can just set the images. So for this one, we're just gonna come over here. Was this one? This is gonna be the male one. And we're gonna set the image color to blue. And this one's gonna be female. This one's gonna be a pink. Maybe I should center the images. It kind of looks weird actually. Okay, so I'm gonna go to paint. I'm gonna center those images because it looks a little weird. It looks a little weird. So I'm gonna reopen those. Alright, and then we're gonna just reset the images. Image. Where'd the images go? I was going to say that now. Yeah, it looks a little bit interesting, So I'm gonna go ahead and update those just to fix that real quick. I wonder if I can just import it. There we go, perfect. And then we're just gonna update that one as well. Female. There we go. Yeah, it looks a little bit better. I think this is gonna be fine. And it kind of gets the whole point down. So basically, these buttons is just gonna change the size of the shape of the torso. So it's versus like the woman shape basically. What else? So we need the play button image as well. So we're gonna have to reopen Paint. And so we have the check marks. We just need the play button basically. So we're gonna go File, New, 500 by 500. And we're gonna delete everything, and then let's go ahead and find a good shape for this. So we need a play button. I think a chevron. Do they have chevron? Perfect. This is kind of thick though, but maybe not this actually. Maybe an arrow. Or a triangle. Or let's see. Is it possible for me to bevel the edges? I guess if I increase the brush size, maybe that bevels the edge. No, it doesn't. Okay. I guess what I'll do is do this and then rotate like this and then align centered. I guess this works better. Yes sir, bro, yes sir. You already know, you already know. Play icon. There we go. Oh, maybe I should make a pause icon as well. I'm gonna make a pause icon as well. So I'm gonna reopen. I'm gonna make a pause icon. So pause would be kind of just let's see. We're gonna need a line. I think I had it set to like 45 last time, so I'll just set it to this. Object align object by vertical, so it's centered vertically. I'm just gonna Control C and then I'm gonna make a new layer, Control V, and then adjustments, mirror left half over right half. I mean, whoops. And I think I might actually just be able to do it like this. Mirror left half over right half. Pause icon. Oh, I think my stream just froze. Yeah, my internet is cutting out. Dang it. Yeah, that just happens though, I guess. That just happens. Pause icon. Is there any other icons? I think that's everything. That's everything. That's all the icons I will need. So I can just X that out. Let's come over here and we'll set this to, let's see. So we need the pause and the play button. We'll just set it as the pause button for now. And then we'll set the image color to black. Hello, Richard. Yeah. My internet cuts out occasionally, and it's just because the internet in my building is not the best, I would say. And so yeah, it ends up cutting out occasionally. Unfortunately, bro. Unfortunately. But yeah, either way, yeah, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. So let's see. Helmet. Everything else looks about right. So I'm gonna make these image. So I'm gonna set this to. Let's see. What image should I set this to? Play icon. And then I'll set the image color to. Oh wait, no, maybe it should be a check mark. Maybe it should be a check mark. But for now, I'll set it to like this color, and it should be a check mark, I think. So I'm gonna import the check mark image. And actually, since it's already got a color, maybe I don't even have to set the color right here. I can just set this to 0. Or maybe I set it to 255. There we go. It does have like a weird outer black line, but I think that's alright. Yeah, so yeah, it's just the internet basically. Let me come over here, index by, and I'm gonna set this to a check mark as well, I guess. Let's see, what images did I make for this one? Yeah, I'll set it to a check mark. And maybe instead of a check, maybe it'd be better if it's an eyeball, so I can know it's viewing. So I'm gonna make an eyeball icon as well. So eyeball. This is gonna be kind of weird because you kind of like gotta make a weird shape for eyeballs. I wonder if there's already a shape for it though. I'm not seeing an eyeball shape. Yeah, no eyeball shape. No worries. No worries. I think I'll just do a curved line then. What I can do is set up a line like this. And as long as I get the shape like this, correct? It should be pretty simple to just kind of flip it across. So I'm gonna this shape should work. Yeah, basically all I gotta do is object mirror left half over right half. Maybe it should be a little bit less. I mean, actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fill this 250. I'm gonna fill this with black, and then I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna delete this and I'm gonna remake a line. So kind of like this. Yeah, I think that should work. And then image object mirror. There we go. And then we're gonna basically do the same thing. Mirror top over bottom. And then all we gotta do now is I gotta take this. Whoops. Control X, Control V, and then I'm gonna bring it down. Yeah, this is gonna be kind of interesting. I'm gonna make a circle as well for the eye pupil. But I think before I do that, what I have to do is merge everything, and I'm gonna fill it with white. And then I'm gonna align to center, and then I can make a circle. Maybe I'll fill it with black. Alright, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this circle and I'm going to come over here, delete, and then there we go. So yeah, maybe that's not like the perfect shape, but I think it works. And then I can come over here and I can set the new image. I can set the new icon for that. And I think for today, I might not be able to get to the functionality of the plugin, but I'm going to try and finish the visuals for everything. Just get everything to look correct, and then it should be pretty simple to implement all the actual stuff. I'm noticing there's like that black hole inside the eye, but yeah, that's pretty bad. That is pretty bad. I think it's like something with the images, like having like a weird background color. I forget how to fix that. I know you can fix it with GIMP. I think I got a plugin on paint.net a while ago that fixes it too, but I forget how to do it. I think I'll come back to it later. Yeah, I guess in the end it doesn't really bug me too much. It's just like a little icon anyways. Okay, but yeah. Well, I'll just set the images for everything to that. Actually, maybe I should set them all at the same time. And if I'm gonna do that, I guess I could just do it over here as well. So I'll just set these images to green check. And I'll set these both to the eye icon. And then I'll set all their toggles to the same color. Something like that. Alright. And now we can keep moving on. So yeah, we got all the images. We just gotta kind of duplicate this. And it should be as simple as, oops. So this is gonna be the chest plate. I can just say this is like the what would this be called? The oh, I guess I can. There we go. Placeholder. So I'll rename these all to chestplate as well. Alright, yeah, we'll change this one as well. And yeah, so we'll just go ahead and duplicate everything again. We're gonna need to do this 4 more times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we'll need to do this 4 more times. So I think I'll just start zooming through, I think. There we go. Duplicate. Bring it down. And then we're going to duplicate. And then we're going to bring everything down. And then we'll duplicate one more time. And we'll bring everything down one more time. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, nice. We just gotta rename everything. It's taking shape. Yes, sir, bro. Yeah, it's taking shape indeed, bro. Indeed. Let's see. So this is the actual chest plate. Which one would this be? This is going to be the bracers. Yeah, it is starting to form. It's starting to form. Which is always good. Which is always good. And then yeah, we'll just have to rename all of this stuff. Alright, so we got bracers done. Technically no, because I'll have to come back and rename everything, but for now I'm just gonna rename all the the object names. So we got bracers. We need leggings. Wait, what is this one actually? I think this is leggings. Legging details. Bracers details. Maybe I'll do leggings. And then we're now on, I think this is mask. Let me double check. Yeah, mask. Mask details. Mask. Index by. Mask view. Mask. And yeah. And the last one should be uniform. I think this is uniform. Uniform, perfect. Is that what I called it? Uniform, yeah. Alright. Alrighty. Alrighty. So yeah, we just gotta rename all these to whatever they are. So this is gonna be uniform. This one's gonna be mask. This one's gonna be leggings. This one's gonna be bracers. And I think that's everything for those. We just gotta fix their placeholder names. So this is gonna be bracers. This one's gonna be leggings. This one's gonna be mask. And this one's gonna be uniform. Whoops. And then what's the default uniform idea? So I could say like guard uniform, I guess. This one I guess could be like golden mask or something interesting. And then everything else just gonna be default iron leggings. Rings. So rings, that's probably gonna be a what is it called? Accessory, and those are gonna be a different type of item. And I think what I'm planning on doing is I'm gonna do accessories after. So I'm gonna do armor first, and then I'm gonna do leveling up system, entities, and then accessories. I think something like that. And accessories might have to be its own plugin as well, because I already have a plugin for items, abilities, weapons, and this one's gonna be the armor one. And then I think I'll have a one for accessories as well. I think it'd be easy for me to do it like that. Iron bracer. But yeah, I think this is all this stuff done. I think I'll have to delete this as well though. And that's that. Let's see, what else do I have to do? Default. We need a couple different things as well, actually. So that's what the major part of it done. We're gonna need a frame, and I'll bring this down here. And this is gonna be basically the character visualizer type of weird thing. You know what? It's probably easier if I just copy paste from the weapon generator. Maybe it might be good to copy a lot of stuff from here actually. Yeah, because this already comes with the rig and everything. So I think what I might do actually, I might actually copy this. I'll delete this, and then I'm gonna paste in this. There we go. That way I don't have to like remake all that. And I'll bring this up to here as well. Yeah. For beginner players. I'm not exactly sure what you mean. Sorry, bro. But if you're talking like rings, as in like accessories for beginner players, I do have plans for that sort of stuff. It's not exactly like set in plan, but I have like ideas for different types of accessories, like maybe like movement accessories and stuff like that. I think that'd be pretty fun. I think that'd be pretty awesome. But other than that sort of stuff, let's see. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe like little booster rings, like boost your damage output and everything like that. Other than that, there's not too much in the plans. But I have ideas for different types of like, accessories and stuff. Not even just rings, but like also like bracelet, necklaces, and stuff. And they're gonna have like a visual aspect as well, where it shows up on your player as well. That's what I'm planning on doing. That would be pretty fun. And it's gonna be kind of, I think the plugin would probably be pretty similar to the weapon plugin, just a little bit different, But yeah, we just need from the weapon plugin, there is one thing I need. That's gonna be the body controller. Yes, Control C. And I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna probably paste it in. And this is just gonna allow me to make a pretty simple body controller. I'm just gonna resize it to be the size of this, maybe. For beginners, I mean the uniforms to use ones from Deep Oaken Freshie. Oh, I've actually never played Deep Oaken, but is there uniform called rings or difficult to communicate with translator? Yeah, bro, no worries. Yeah, I've never played Deep Oaken, but I actually don't know how their uniform system works, but maybe I'll have to do some research on that. That might be something good to look into. But yeah, I'm assuming it's probably like a, well, how I was planning on doing my uniforms is like a uniform is kind of a excludable, where if you equip it, you can't equip other types of gear, and it's just for like kind of like story mode type of stuff, where like maybe if you're like pretending to be like a guard for like a specific let's say quest, you got to have like the guard uniform before accepting the request, or some random stuff like that. I'm not exactly sure, but that's kind of what I was planning on doing. I think it'd be pretty interesting like that. But of course, like in some situations, it's not going to be a thing like that. Like for most quests, it's probably not going to be like that. But like for quests where like you need to stay hidden, maybe you'll wear like a uniform, like a hoodie uniform, where it like hides all your armor sets and everything. Not exactly sure, but that's the whole idea, and I think I know how to do it. So it's just a matter of just kind of implementing it. But that's gonna be its own process. So we'll be working for a bit. For sure, bro. For sure. But yeah. So I guess I will have to make a custom uniform just to get the uniform system working. And I think I'm missing something. Because I'm pretty sure my UI, wait. In Deep Oaken, you have armor and outfits and that have different statuses and recipes. Oh, wait. I need to find this. I need to look this up. Deep Oaken armor. Where's one? Oh my gosh. So many ads. Elemental armor. Interesting. So it's okay. I see. Armor is more for stats like HP, etc. Yeah. Interesting. This kind of reminds me of what's his name? I forget. Shock Corpse. Oh. This is interesting. I see. So I'm assuming they have like their own stats and everything. Is it like it comes with a helmet and everything, or is it when you equip it Or is there different types of armor types, or is it just a uniforms fully where you equip it and it just equips the whole thing? Outfits have small buffs, but they have extra talents for the build. Okay, okay. Do you know if it's possible to like mix and match where like you can have like parts of an outfit and then parts of a different outfit, or is it just you wear one outfit and it just equips for your whole entire body basically? This is interesting. I like this. Cause I know there's helmets in the game. I've seen helmets in the game before, like in a video. But it doesn't seem. I'm not seeing any helmets. So I'm wondering if the outfits come with the helmet, or is it equipment? Equipment. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering. Let's see. Equipment. Oh, all right. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, this is where the helmets come in. So there's interesting. Okay, so there is equipment. Arms. Legs. Okay. Oh, and then they come in sets. They come in sets. So these go over your uniform. I'm assuming. It's like a shirt or C. Yeah, okay. I think I see what you mean. I think I see what you mean. Alright. Oh, they have earrings too. That's kind of cool. I like that. I like that idea. That's really cool. Rings. Wait. Does that mean there's ears in the game? I didn't notice. Yeah. Okay, I see. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I'll have to look into this stuff for sure. Bone related. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to look more into this later on, but that's cool, bro. That's cool. I like that. But yeah, it is different a little slightly from what I'm trying to do. But the uniform system that they have is kind of similar in the way where like it just equips to the player. What I was planning on doing is like uniforms are their own full thing where if you equip it, you can't have any other sets equipped. But because of that, they're not going to be like sets that you'd like wear on a normal basis. It's just like a one-time type of stuff. But I think it'd be interesting in that way. It might just be to help with like PvP stuff and everything like that. I think it's amazing that you don't know. Yeah, bro. I gotta play the Deep Vulcan, bro. I gotta play Deep Vulcan, I think. Bro, it's like one of the most popular games on the platform too, so I should try. I've seen like videos here and there, but I just haven't gotten into the game. I've just heard so much about the PvP, bro, and I'm like not a PvP type of guy, so it's hard for me to get in those types of games. It depends on what type of PvP game though, of course. But just hearing the fact that you can lose all your progress, it's kind of hard for me, cause like I would die to people a lot, I would assume. So yeah, I lose all my stuff constantly. Deep Vulcan is a great game for people who like RPGs. Yeah, bro. RPG. I would say maybe even like a what's it called? Roguelikes where like in most roguelikes where you die, you lose everything type of stuff. MMORP. I don't understand these tags. Yeah, me either, bro. No worries. Yeah, it's just like random names people give stuff. But let's see. So, yeah, I just need to pop up the inventory system because I need to make sure I was getting something correct. There's one thing I gotta make sure I get correct. One thing I gotta make sure. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, Deep is roguelike permadeath. Yeah, permadeath is hard, bro. It's hard. I got into one like a permadeath game a long time ago, and then I died, and then I just stopped playing it. I won't lie, bro. It's just like that. So yeah, inventory system. We have the. So yeah, we do have this one. What is it called? What did I call it? What did I call it? And this is gonna be like the undershirt, basically. Undershirt. Starter player. Did I just call it clothing? Maybe I called it clothing. Screen UI. Events. No. Inventory UI. In equip external. No, it's equip jet gear. Padding. Was it padding? Was it padding? I'm gonna have to make this visible. Padding. It was padding. I called it padding. Maybe even be better as clothing though. Yeah, padding is an interesting name. Yeah, I don't know if I like the name padding. I'm gonna change it to clothing, but that might mess with some stuff. So maybe I'll keep it as padding because it might change like some systems and that'd be kind of bad. I lost a build these days. It took me another 8+ hours to do it, and it was still incomplete. Bro, yeah, bro, it's just hard. I'm wondering though, cause with those types of games, when you die, do you gain something that like kind of stays with your whole game for the rest of the? I would assume so, but usually like, with roguelikes, if you die and you lose everything, you'll get like a stat buff that like stays with you for like the future games. Is that how roguelike or what is it? Deep Woken? Is that how Deep Woken works? Do you know? Because that would actually be kind of fun. That would be really fun, depending on how much time you spend. So we're gonna need padding. And I can probably close this as well. Probably can close this. So that means I'm gonna have to make one more tab inside here for padding. One more tab for padding. What I am wondering though is if this is a good idea. Is this a good idea? In DP you have like 3 lives that you can recover by doing some specific things. Interesting. Okay. So when you die, you lose one of the lives, and then, but you can recover them. So you would have to. Oh, so it's not like when you die, you like lose your life. You can still recover your lives and stuff. Okay. Oh, that changes everything, bro. Because that means that technically, if you're good enough, you'll never lose your ability to die. I think something like that. Maybe if you die 3 times though, you could still die. I don't know. That's interesting though. That's hard to balance, I would say. Very hard to balance. Which shows that they are very good at that stuff. But yeah, I still gotta move this thing down here, I think. So I'm gonna bring this down over here. And on the uniform, everything from uniform, leggings, mask, uniform down, or I think from mask down. Or no, I'll keep mask and then I'll duplicate. I'll bring uniform down actually. And then I'll bring everything down like this, and then I'll rename this one to padding details. Maybe clothing. Maybe clothing. Yeah, I think I'm gonna change the name to clothing. Yeah, padding just doesn't make sense. So I'll change it to clothing. Oops. Then, if you lose all 3 lives, you lose everything, but they allow you to pass on a few times. Okay, okay. Oh, so when you die, you're able to pass items. Interesting. Bro, yeah. That's the way it goes, that's the way it goes. Yeah. So I get, I'm assuming you get to choose too. That's actually an interesting way of doing it. I've never thought of that. I never thought of that. Let's see. What should I call this? I'll call it like a leather clothing or something random like that. Light leather clothing. Light leather clothing. And then I don't think this needs a, or no, it does. Clothing. It's a parry-based game too. Yeah. I did know that one. Parry-based games, I think they're very good. I think they're very good for. It is hard though because parry-based games usually they work super well with like single player games because they don't like depend on a server. But for games like Roblox where like you don't really get to decide how good your server is, it's kind of hard because you don't know how far someone is. Like from the server, so like it's really ping based, and because of that, it does make it kind of difficult to build parry based games. I think they're really cool though. I think they're really cool. But one of the reasons, yeah, I think I'm not gonna make my game a parry based game just because. Number one, that, but that's not even the main reason. I think it makes it too difficult for like I would say beginners. Maybe not, but I would say, I guess yeah, no, but like games like Super Smash, they do it pretty well too. I don't know. I don't think parry-based games are my type of thing. They're just very hard for me. I'm not good at timing things. In deep until it works well most of the time. Yeah. Oh, okay. It works most of the time. Yeah. Bro, so yeah, I guess it really does depend on how good your implementation is. But yeah, like I will say like sometimes when I'm like watching gameplay of like, I'm not even talking about Roblox, I'm talking about like in general, when I see like a game where like you can parry like the attack of like a giant monster and it just allows you to just stand still and like just parry. I don't know. Like I thought it looked kind of weird where like some giant monster's like going down on you and like you just like do like a light parry and then like it does 0 damage to you. To me, maybe it makes a little bit more sense to be able to dodge, or like if you do parry, like if it's like a super big enemy, maybe like it still does a little bit of damage. But at that point, like there's no point in even having a parry system because you're still taking damage. I don't know. Yeah, it's just hard. It's hard to think of that sort of stuff. Uniform, clothes. That's right, clothes. Also, I'll call this clothing. But yeah, bro, I gotta play Deep Woken, bro. I gotta play Deep Woken is what I'm hearing, bro. Is it the greatest game of all time? You gotta let me know. The greatest game of all time? Question mark. Yeah, let me go ahead and bring this down. In Dungeons, it creates a private server for your best region. That's smart. That's really smart. That's actually a really good idea. Creates a private server for your best region so everything's fine. I actually really like that idea, bro. That's a really cool idea. Yeah, let's keep this going. Oh, I need to get my iPad out again. But yeah, bro. Hopping on a server that's like in your same region, that's actually a really cool idea. I like that. I think what I have to do here is, let's see. These are buttons right now, but I wonder if it's better to have these as icons. Icons. I do have the icons. Let's see. This might be kind of weird. How do I do this? I think the best way to do this is delete all of this, and I'm gonna have to set it up default actually. So I'm gonna make a new folder. I'm gonna call it slot icons. Slots maybe. I'll add image buttons. I'm just gonna have to make an image button for each slot, and then we should be chilling. It's gonna be kind of weird. So we'll start with the helmet slot button. And let's go ahead and start setting the images as well. Helmet, let's see. Deep Oaken's problem is that it has a strong community for PvP, which most of which are very toxic, but it has lots of content for PvE. Yeah, the PvE content for me is like the thing that interests me the most about Deep Oaken. Yeah, PvP for me is pretty hard, so I don't play too much of it. But yeah, I have seen like reviews as well where they say that the PvP is pretty hard as well. And that, like, what is it called? There's like a class apparently where like it's hunting players, something like that, and apparently because of that a lot of people don't like the game. I don't know, I've never played the game, so I couldn't say, but yeah, I would have to test the game. But yeah, until then I'm gonna be grinding on this, I guess. But yeah, let's go ahead and figure out what kind of works with this image. So we'll need maybe yeah, I think I'll start duplicating this. So this is the helmet. We'll need one for this and then one for this. And we need one for, so this is gonna be helmet, pauldron, chest plate, maybe a chest plate bracer, leggings, and then I need a mask one for over here, and we need one for clothing and then one for uniform. Alright, so this is gonna be the mask. This one's gonna be pauldron 1. Pauldron 2. Maybe I should be setting their images as well. So we got the mask. Let's see. So this is gonna be pauldron 1. Let's see. And we'll do the right pauldron or left pauldron, I guess. But fortunately or unfortunately, as the game is already reasonably old, few people own it, so you're really attacked. Oh, I see. Oh, is there like less people on the game? But I guess that is a good thing. You know what, bro? Maybe I'll get the game. Should I play it right now? You know what? Maybe once I finish all these buttons and everything, maybe I'll get the game. I'll hop on for a little bit, kind of see what it's all about and have some fun. That might be kind of interesting. I do have a little bit of stuff I have to do after this though, a little bit of homework. So I'll have to work on that too. But yeah, maybe I'll have to take a look, bro. I'll have to take a look from what I'm hearing, bro. From what I'm hearing, bro. And this is a chest plate. Chest plate goes, let's see. Where's the chest plate icon? There it is. Helmet icon. Oh wait, this is supposed to be the leggings, or bracers. This is gonna be this one. This one is the legging. And this one is the what is this one? Clothing, I guess. It must be clothing. You can make already very similar to Deep, only style changes. I think so. I've noticed that because I've seen a lot of the assets as well. They look pretty similar to kind of what I'm going for. And yeah, that's kind of just the way it goes. That's kind of just the way it goes. Uniform. Boom. But yeah, we're gonna be chilling, bro. This is gonna be good stuff. So that's all the image slots. It should be as simple as just connecting those. Let's see what else. We do need the little icons that pop up on the sides as well. I think I'll do that later though. And it should be pretty simple to implement those as well. So I just implement stats and descriptions. Each stat will have its own thing and everything. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What else do we need to do in that case? We need the selector for which one we're moving around, I guess. I guess these are the visualizer buttons. So wait, what are these then? Oh, these are the enabled buttons. These aren't the view buttons. These are the view buttons. So yeah, these shouldn't be called view. These are called enabled. I think I'll call them, what is it? Not enabled, but I think maybe enabled actually, yeah. That makes a lot more sense to me. So I think I'll have to rename all those real quick. So we're on bracer, we're on slot now. Wait, that's a different thing. Enabled. Mask view enabled. Toggle. I think I already have one for toggle, yeah. But that would work. So the toggle is kind of basically just gonna enable being able to view it from here. And actually, oh, that reminds me, I gotta be able to enable the visual for the player model as well. So I think I'm gonna have to implement the same system later on as well. So yeah, there's a couple of different things. Yeah, no worries though. That was a good idea. I like that idea. Enabled. And then we'll just come over here. And then I think I'm gonna I don't think I need that icon for the eyeball anymore, cause it doesn't really fit what I'm trying to go for actually. So I'm gonna switch their icons all. There we go, we got everything selected, and we're gonna switch it to the check mark. Same thing as before. Yeah. Alright, hey. Should be as simple as that, and then we can always switch it back to an X whenever we need to. Now, I am getting reminded though, I do need the body connector buttons, so I'm gonna have to select that as well. And then we'll basically just bring those in, and we'll just move everything down here. Maybe I'll just make it the size of this. It looks a little weird actually. Wait, let me do something else actually for this. Maybe I'll bring it over here and then maybe I'll put it over here actually. There we go, and then we'll have the movement system right here maybe. So let me go ahead and copy a movement system from over here. So I'll copy the controller and then I'll paste it over here. And we can use this as the movement for whatever item we have selected. Where are we using to select? Oh, we need a custom UI for that as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy all of these buttons. I'm gonna copy and then I'm gonna make a new folder. And then I'm gonna call it Visualizer. Visualize armor toggle. I'm gonna paste everything into here. I'm gonna drag everything out. And then I'm gonna have to make their backgrounds kind of the same. I think transparency, I'm gonna set it to 0.75, and then color, I'll set it to black. And then text, color, I'll set it to white. And also I'm gonna probably move all these buttons as well. And then let me go ahead and move all this back over here. And then we'll basically move these over. Actually, oh. So actually what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna bring these one more over here. And then I can move these over here. And then I can move all these over here. And actually what I can probably do is move all this. I guess they don't really have to be aligned with the other wow thing. That looks about right. I can't say for sure, but I believe that Bugfixing is still a paid game. I recommend that if you feel you have some free time, look at progression video. You'll see how things work. Bro, actually, you know what? That might even be a better idea, because then I can get a general synopsis of everything. You know what? I think I will. That'd be fun to watch. So yeah, I'll probably pull up like a Deep Woken guide. Deep Woken guides maybe. Starter guide. Starter guide. And then I'll probably bookmark this for later in case I need to come back. Deep Woken guide. Okay. But yeah, I'll check that out later, bro. That sounds kind of interesting. But we just need a couple more things. We need the description. And we need the slot selection System. What else? We need the rarity selector. Okay, so we need the rarity selector. I can probably pull that from the whatever plugin. Let's see. Maybe it's not here. I think maybe an item generator. Rarity. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be kind of hard to search for. So we have the epic button. Common. We need uncommon, which would be you. Uncommon, rare, epic. We already have epic, legendary, mythical. Mythical and legendary. I'm gonna control C, and then we got everything. We'll come back over here. I'm gonna make a new folder for rarity selector, and then we're just gonna paste everything in. We can bring everything, maybe like a, where would I put it? I guess for now somewhere like right here works. Maybe guide, because a progression would be something more so that you already understand the game things. Or maybe guide, because a progression would be something more so that you already understand the game, as it does things faster. Yeah, guide. So yeah, I think I'll look into a guide. And maybe if there's something like I'm not like super not sure, maybe I'll just have to get the game. I'll test it out and figure out kind of ideas from there. But yeah, the game looks really high quality too, so I'd be fine with like purchasing it as well. I just do need a description real quick. Description. This translator is driving me crazy. Yeah, bro, unfortunate. Bro, no worries though. I can kind of get the general idea. of what you're trying to say. Yeah, bro. The Google Translate, bro. It does stuff, bro. It does stuff. Description text box. Perfect. I can probably pull this and then I can paste it into, let's see, right here, I guess. So we'll throw it into there. Message redacted. Oh no, oh no. I didn't have time to read it. Yeah, you'll have to watch a guide. Oh, okay. Were you trying to say the other way around? Okay. That made a little bit more sense. I see. Oh, wait. Guide. Okay, no, never mind. That makes sense. No, I understand. I'll watch a guide, bro. You already know, bro. I'm already gonna be on that guide system, bro. Pulling the guidance. Oh. We need a stat generator. So that's gonna be on the armor or the weapon plugin. So I'm gonna come back to the weapon plugin. Let's see. Animations. So I'm gonna pull one of these animations systems and I'm gonna just paste it into here. And from here, I just gotta make it so that it makes sense what it is. Let's see, what else do I need? I need a... Oh, okay, I gotta set the background. What is the background on this one? 0.8. I think I'll set this to 7.5. And I'll set the background color to black. That way I can kind of tell what I'm looking at. And I'll do that for this one as well. 0.75. And I'll set the text color to white. I'll still learn English fluently to communicate better. Translator's not very reliable. Yeah, no worries, bro. No worries. I can understand what you're kind of trying to say though. So that's all that matters, bro. As long as I can get a general idea of what you're trying to say, bro. That's really all it takes, bro. That's really all it takes. So no worries, no worries. And actually, I think we just need to apply to all button and apply to auto balance to all button. So we just need to apply to all, and then we're gonna have a little thing that pops up little stats on the corners, which should be pretty easy as well. So, and I do have to rename this too, because this is not supposed to be called animations. This is gonna be called stats. I'm gonna call this one stat slot, and then I'll call this one add, and this is gonna be stat name. Oh, we do need two different text boxes, one for this name and then one for the value though. Whoops. Oh wait, did I not duplicate it? Whoops. There we go. So this is gonna be the stat name. So this is, I'll set the placeholder to like health, and maybe I'll set this one to 5. And I'll call this one stat amount. Maybe there should be a little bit of a spacing between them though, because it is kind of hard to differentiate the name between and the stat. So maybe I'll drag this over here and then I'll drag this over here, and yeah, I mean, let's see, what else do I, what would work to kind of differentiate? Maybe transparency to 0.75, and then I'll set the color to black. I'll set the text color to white, and then I'll set the stat slot background to 1. There we go. That looks kind of cool. I think this will work. And then this text, I think I want it. Oh, it's already centered. Perfect. In that case, I think that's that. Alright. Yeah, I just need the button to apply to all and then auto balance. And we have the rarity slot buttons, so we can easily change the rarity. So we just need 2 more buttons. So we'll just call this one auto balance, and then wrap around. Auto scaled. And I'll make one more for over here, and then this is just gonna apply. Apply for all. I think, let's see. I think that's everything. Well, the Roblox Studios workspace is very small. yeah, just a little bit. But no worries though. There we go. Let me think if I'm missing anything. The one thing I really am missing is just the ability to add stats to this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a text box or text label, and this is just a little quick test to get the system to work. Size, I'll set the size to 0, 20, 0, 20. Oh, that's a little bit too big. I'll set it to 15. Maybe even 10, depending on what works. And then oh, I'm gonna have to set the fonts for everything too. I didn't think about that. Wouldn't there be a way to do this outside of Roblox Studio and just import it into it? Technically, yeah. I've seen plugins that you can like use like what is it? Canva to make a UI and like import it. But for something like this, to be honest, I think this might be even faster just for me personally, because in that case I'd have to use Canva and then I'd have to like import it, I have to like link it and everything, and I'd also have to do all that stuff. I have to get like a custom plugin, do all the research to figure out how to use it. And so for me, like, because this is only for me, I'm gonna be the only one who sees this whole UI. As long as it looks alright to me and it kind of just works, that's really all that matters. And also, I just need to make sure that I have all the descriptions and everything is set up in a way that I understand where it is and everything. So yeah, basically that. Let me enable text size scaling, and then I'll set the text to maybe S. And then I'll set the color, I'll set it to like I think to differentiate, and then maybe I'll add a bevel or corner, UI corner. I'll set it to like 3. And then maybe I'll set the transparency. Maybe what I'll do is I'll set all these transparencies to 0.75, and then color to black. And I'll set the images to white. Yeah, I think it's a little bit easier to read like that. And then text color, I'll set this to white. Background color, I'll set this to something like this maybe. Then I can't read the text actually, so it has to be a little bit darker, I think. So something like this. Yeah, I think that works. Makes sense. If it's more comfortable for you, it makes more sense to do it that way. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so whatever works for you. Like there's even like ways to like code outside of like Studio. Like you can use stuff like VS Code if you use like Rojo. But for me personally, it's just a lot easier to just simply work in here. That way I can easily like click here, test, and then run everything. And I can easily use like the built-in plugin, or not even plugin, built-in systems to like kind of navigate wherever I need to go and stuff. And not to mention like hinting and everything like that. Technically, I think you can do like hinting systems in like Rojo and stuff. But for me, it's just really easy to just like be able to like pull out, run it, do it whenever you need to. Not to mention, your whole workflow runs with you. Like if you learn to use a Studio like this, and you get a new computer, you don't have to like reinstall anything. Like if I were to like go on a different computer, it's as simple as just opening Studio and I can just keep working. I don't have to like download any extra programs or anything. And for me, like where I'm like, I do kind of, I don't really travel, but like I do have to like move around occasionally. It's pretty useful to be able to like just install Studio and just like run it whenever I need to. And since I'm already used to using all these systems, I can just keep working from where I am, basically. Like I previously had a computer that kind of like got toasted basically, and like all my data got destroyed basically. But because I'm already used to like Studio, all I had to do was just install Studio, and I'm ready to like keep running, keep going, bro. And yeah, so the stuff like that I think is pretty nice. Stat label, I think I'll just call it stat label, and then I'll probably probably what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take it and throw it into rarity selector. I'm gonna make a storage, so I'm gonna make a new folder for storage. I'm gonna throw the stat label into the storage because I already have it set up to work. The one thing is, actually, yeah, this should be working. What bothers me is the space. Even with a reasonably large monitor, I feel like things get very cramped as I open tabs and such. That is so true. That is really true. Yeah, that's just something I've learned to work with. The one thing that really does, the most annoying thing for me in Studio of all time is when you're moving around tabs, you accidentally don't want to move. Like this whole entire thing, this whole screen that I'm showing, like, what am I even looking at? Like, I personally really dislike the way that looks whenever I try and do something like that. Cause like I'm just trying to move something around and like this whole entire UI pops up. Whoops. But yeah, like there are some things that like are not typical in the UI. And yeah, like this whole entire upper toolbar, I guess technically you could collapse it and everything like that and just pop it out whenever you need to. That is a little bit of work though. I guess technically you could do that, but like it's also still kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah, this is yeah. Bro, agreed, bro, agreed. Bro, the UI is it's something, bro. Oh shoot. Oh no. What is this? Alright, there we go. Yeah, like this is like so much weird stuff that I have to do to like get my whole UI set up again. And like this giant black bar at the bottom. Why does that even exist, bro? Why is there this giant bar at the bottom? That doesn't need to be there. Like it's just like random stuff like that where I don't know. They could work on it for sure. They could work on it for sure. But yeah, like the thing is like I don't know, like sometimes like they update the most random stuff and like things that like could help people like their pathfinding system. The pathfinding system, it could use a lot of work. Like at least more customization. But they haven't like touched that in like years. Actually, to be honest though, it's only been out for like 2 years though, like five years or something like that. But still, they could be like updating these things where like there's a lot of people complaining like on the forums and everything, and they have the money to do it. They just don't do it, bro. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's just the way it goes with big companies, bro. Let me think of some. I am forgetting one thing, so I need a button to. Let's see, auto rotate, text button. So I need to rename these. So auto balance stats, and then apply for all. I'm gonna duplicate this, and then I'm gonna bring it over here, and then I'll call it create. So this is going to be the final button I press to create the whole entire item. What else do I need? I do need a system to get like the default presets. So I'm going to make a few preset buttons in case I need the custom presets. Just for fun. So I'll bring it up at the top and I'll call it like preset. Preset 1. I'll call this one preset 1. And I don't know if I'm ever going to use this button, but if I ever need to, it's there. I think that's the whole UI. Let me double check I'm not missing anything. Oh, you know what? I need to change the font for all my text buttons. So I'm gonna go through all my text and I'm gonna change the fonts real quick. Thank you for the hundreds. Thank you for the hundreds, bro. Big hundreds, bro. Yes, sir. See, I'm gonna change the font for everything real quick. Um, and we do need one more thing for the storage, actually, now that I think about it. Let's just set the fonts to... what was it called? Roboto Mono. There we go. W stream, bro. Yo, what's up? How's it going? How's it going? Bro. So basically, we're completely finished with all the bugs. Well, there's a couple things I might need to change later on. But right now, I'm working on the plugin system. I'm working on the plugin system for the armor sets. And so I literally just now finished the whole plugin. And so from here, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be implementing the functionality. I think I might do that on a different day, of course, but I just finished the UI for the whole entire plugin. Let's see, I do need one more thing, of course, as well. If I come over here, I'm gonna duplicate this, and I'm gonna real quick, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drag this down here. I'm gonna duplicate the add button. I'm gonna drag it to the left. There we go. And I'll call this one subtract button. Subtract button. And then text, I'll set it to negative. And then for this thing, I need to just make sure that it's on the edge. There we go. So we got the minus plus. It does make sense more to be plus minus, but I mean, yeah, that's just the way it goes, I guess. And so yeah, we can go basically just duplicate this. So stat slot init, and then for the other ones, it'll just be this. So I'm gonna copy that, and I'm gonna throw it into storage. Maybe what I will do actually is, because I don't want to have to do like this whole like a parenting position and everything. If I come over here, or not here, let's see. Inside of here, UI grids layout. If I come over here, is it possible for me to paste this in and then... Let me see here. If I go to storage, I copy this. What happens if I paste in? Oh. Actually. UI grid layout. So I need to set this to a UI aspect ratio constraint to 1:1. Oh wait. Oh, I'm in the weapon plugin. What the heck? I was in the wrong UI. Over here. Alright, and then over here. What do I do here? Size per element. Can I set the default size? Oh, I delete this maybe. Or wait. Cell size, I'll set these to 0, there we go. Let me try duplicating this occasionally. There we go. So that's kind of what I was going for. Perfect. So basically all it does is it's just gonna add more of these little dots, and each one's gonna be renamed to like its specific stat. That way I can tell which armor piece increases what stats. And yeah, I think it... Oh, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, it might be actually even more useful if I bring this down a little bit. Bring this down a little bit as well. And I need a selector for what item I'm currently selected on. So I'm gonna add a text label. Maybe I'll just copy this one. And what font is this? I will have to update the font for that as well. I'll set it to Roboto Mono. Everything here as well, maybe. Already set to perfect. In that case, let's see.